Hello, good morning. Let me turn my volume up. I turn it low for music. So you may have to turn your speaker down, but I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. Okay. Now we don't have we have a smaller number today on, so you guys are always able to unmute if you would like. And if you have any questions, but you can also put it in the chat because I will be looking at the chat. You should have got an email yesterday with the slides. And I just want to make sure, can you guys see my screen by chance? Because I'm getting this weird little message from Zoom. So I just want to make sure that you can see my screen. Okay, good, perfect. It says it's paused, so I don't know what that means. Odd. But if you guys have any questions, again, you guys can unmute or you guys can just type in the chat. Either one is fine. You should have got an email yesterday from Sherry. It had the slides and the handouts. If you didn't get them, the slides and the handouts are in the resource library under training slides and handouts. The handouts will probably be out there always. They're also in other locations, like in mill patterns and a lot of different places within the resource library, which I'll talk about here in just a moment. The slides will stay up for about a month or two. What we do is this is a full day training right here. And there we go. This is a full day training today. And then starting next month, we split it up. And in the afternoon, we have mill patterns. And in the morning session, we do an admin and purchasing. And we'll be doing that until July of next year. So today's all day. And then again, starting next month, we take this training and we split it up. So that way, like if you have a cook that needs it, they can just go to mill patterns in the afternoon. It's from like 1 to 3:30. And in the morning session, we do it, we call it admin and purchasing. So it goes more over the administrative aspects of the training and procurement part. And then we also do at risk, which is a 2-hour. So if you are at risk, you can just go to the 2-hour training as well. So we kind of split it up. And like we do about 5 trainings a month in CACFP. So starting next month, again, we'll break it up in mill patterns. We'll break it up to the admin purchasing. We do at risk, and then we do an infants training. That's an 1.5 hours. So if you have teachers, if they want to take that infants training, it's kind of geared towards them because they're the ones that mostly handle all the everything to do with infants. And then we also have a multi-sided. So if you have multiple sites, we go over the extra duties. And again, it's about 1 hour to 1.5 hours at the most for that training as well. So just kind of want to keep you posted. Again, we keep all of our trainings in the training calendar. And the only way you get credit for the class is if you are registered in the training calendar. So once you are registered in the training calendar, and I'll show you again, we talk about it in this presentation. Once you're registered, it's tied. So you can always go back and see what trainings that you took, and that's how our office knows what trainings that you have taken. So we don't send out certificates for this class. Again, it shows up in your application and agreement. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We mailed everybody, unless you're new. Let me go ahead and take this poll. I usually do a couple polls. Let's do this poll first, just so I know who my audience is. How long have you been on the food program? And then what is your job title? Just so I kind of get, and then what type of facility are you? So that way I kind of know who my audience is today and I can gear stuff towards them. I'll be asking a couple poll questions throughout, and that just gives me an idea, because if you do it, then I will talk about it. And if no one does it, then I won't talk about it. Okay. More people. Oh, see, there's a question on here I need to delete. Sorry about that. I'll delete one of the questions, but thank you guys so much for taking it. As you can see, we have quite a few new people. We have a good mixture of everybody that's on. We have a lot of directors, some owners, and then the type of facilities. So it just gives me a good idea of who our audience is today. Okay, good deal. And then again, I'll ask a couple later on. And then if you do it, then we'll talk about it. If you don't do it, then we won't talk about it. And there's one more thing, let me pull out of here. So who is required to watch the training? That I just kind of do from what I understand is it needs to be like the owner for sure, or the director who does CACFP. Again, we've been having these since August, once a month since August. And if you're not for sure, you can have someone contact our office, because I just kind of handle the trainings, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the director who does CACFP and the owner. Because we do have a lot of changes, and that's one reason why this is now required, is because we have been having changes, and we've had a lot of people that are SD, and they're like, well, I didn't know of some of the changes, and especially this year, we did a lot of changes going into the following year, if you weren't aware. So that's why it is now required. Okay, so we are actually getting a good group coming on right now, and we've had quite a jump in numbers. So I went ahead and muted everybody. And again, if you have any questions, just put them in the chat, and we are going to go ahead and get started. Okay. On page 4, so you all received an application. I'm going to grab my binder. I will hold this up. So here is everybody, unless you're new, which I saw that we have some new people. So if you are new, I don't know if you're new as in you are already claiming, or if you're new trying to come onto the program. But if you are new and you are already claiming, then we sent you a manual. And what we did is last year, well, for several years, we've had one big thick manual, about 400 pages. We have split it up into 3.5 manuals. So we have an at-risk manual if you're on at risk. We have a CACFP manual if you're daycare, Head Start. We have an adult daycare manual, and then we have a section called multi-sided if you're a sponsor and you have multiple. Yes, this is CACFP training manual training. That is correct. There are 2 sets of slides in there. They're the same. It's just one has 1 slide on each page, and one has 3 slides per page. So it's whatever is easiest for you. We do that for 2 reasons, for accessibility issues. But so you can, that's a CACFP one, but they're the same, but one just has 1 slide per page and one has 3 slides per page. So it's less to print out. So with the manual, we sent this out. Now, if you are brand new and you haven't started claiming yet, you have not received the manual yet. However, the manual is out in a resource library, and I'll tell you about where you can get it, so you can go ahead and go out there. When you're new and you haven't started claiming yet, what happens, the process is Cassie will approve your application. And once your application is approved, then she sends the person who's going to be your consultant, the person who will do your review, she will send them a box. And then they have 30 days to come out and approve your center. So your center is not, even though your application's approved, you are not approved until your consultant comes out, takes a look at the facility, talks to you about the program, and they approve you, and then they will give you a manual at that time. But you can still get a copy of it. Again, I'll show you where that's at. So we only send 1 per agreement number. So if you are multi-sided, we only send 1 per agreement number. Now on page 4 in this manual, in the CACFP manual, is where your consultant is. Again, your consultant is the person that does your review. You can call them anytime for technical assistance. So if you're like doing your paperwork and you're like, I don't know if I'm doing this correctly, you can call them and have them come out. Now, if they show up to do a review, they can't turn around and make it technical assistance. They have to do a review. But again, if you have any questions, you can contact them. For monitor review. And we will talk about multi-sided towards the end of today. If you do take the multi-sided, it will talk about how you add a site. So if you're multi-sided and add a new school or site. Yes, yes. If you were single-sided and then you go to multi-sided, you would be considered multi-sided at that time, and it'd be a new site for the requirements. You're adding the new site because one site was already participating and you'd be adding that other site. But we will talk about multi-sided later today. So that answers one of my questions if anybody is multi-sided, which works. So again, if you ever need technical assistance, they can come out and look at your paperwork. If you have any questions, you can also call the state agency. Now, your consultant is the one that comes out and does your review. The state agency mostly handles like your application and agreement, your DUNS, your claims, all that information. Also, just if you ever want to contact anybody at the Department of Ed or even our department, our email address is firstname.lastname@sde.ok.gov. So my name is on the screen right now, Kendra Mervelt. So even if you want to email me, that is how you get a hold of me, is kendra.mervelt@sde.ok.gov. And that way, if you know anybody's name, that's an easy way for you to email them. But you can also just Google like child nutrition, and I'll show you where to find stuff here in our system. Okay. Now, so integrity issues with this program is we do all of our reviews unannounced. So if you are brand new onto the program, so once you start claiming, we have to come out and do a review within the first 6 months to a year of you participating in the program. We do this for several reasons. So training, you have training with us, and then your consultant comes out and does training again and approves you. And then they come out to do a first claim, and then you get reviewed. And this all happens within like a year. And the reason we do this is because we want you down the right path. We would hate that we just approve you and we don't come out for 3 years and then you're doing everything wrong. We have to take back all this money and it becomes a big issue. So we try to get everybody down on the correct path because we don't like coming in and writing people up. Now, we do have in here in this manual, something that we did add was the notification review letter. So since all of our reviews are unannounced, I think they're changing it this year. Your consultant in the past would send out a notification letter, but I think Cassie's going to be sending it out this year. A lot of times they do it at just the beginning of the year. But what happens is we have to review 34% of our daycares. So when I was in the field, I had to review 34%. What would happen a lot of times is I'd have my 34% and then I would go out to do a review and we'd have like a daycare close, or we may have somebody decided not to claim for a while, or they hadn't claimed for that year. And I have to review 34%. So sometimes you can get reviewed every 2 to 3 years. If you were seriously deficient in the previous year, which seriously deficient means that your review didn't go very well and you had a lot of errors on it, then your reviewer will come back out the next year. So if you have a good review or your review was not seriously deficient, you can get reviewed every 2 to 3 years. It just depends on the territory. This is a full day class. We'll be going until 3 o'clock today. And then but we have to hit our 34%. So, and again, all your records must be readily available at the review for review at all times. So your paperwork needs to be at the center or the place that you stated on your application and agreement. So as many of you are probably aware, our federal fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. That's why you're filling out your application like in September, because our federal fiscal year, October 1st, September 30th. So if we have several people that have been doing this program for a while. As of September 30th, you can go ahead and box your paperwork up from last year. Now you do have to keep your 3 years past records plus your current year. So make sure you put them in a location, because when your reviewer does come out, they do ask where your records are located. You just need to at least let them know where they're at. Some of them can be off-site. They don't have to be at your daycare, but you do have to have them in case of an audit, or maybe, and you can keep longer records than that, but USDA does require you keep past year 3 record. So we're going into federal fiscal year 2022. So you need to have fiscal year 2021, which was last year, 2020 and 2019. We were talking about our website. So this is the website. If you don't have this website down, I would definitely mark this, make it a favorite in your browser. This is the website that you go to do your application agreement. This is the website that you go to enter in your claims. And this is also the website that you go to register for the training calendar. Now, those things that I mentioned, everything on the left-hand side, that information, you do have to log in to your application. You have to log into the system to be able to have access to the application, the training calendar, and access to claims. Now, the resource library, and I will show you where that's at in this website, but that is where the training manual is. That's where our interactive forms are, and it's under the section called worksheets, but interactive forms are the ones that you can type into. It's where the slides and handouts are. That's where we keep all of our information. So we will give you, I mean, if you need anything, always go look in our resource library first, because we probably have it out there for you to view. Now, with the online application and agreement, make sure that you are making updates as they occur. So once you fill out your application in agreement with us and it is approved, and you say like your time of your meals have changed, or you have a new director, or your email address has changed, you need to make sure it is updated in the application and agreement. There is a question on the review that asks this, and this is what we go by. So we don't have time to call 1,000 entities to be like, okay, we just want to make sure your meal time's still the same. Is this the same director? Is this the same? It is your responsibility to make sure everything in your application is up to date. There are a few things, and we'll talk about it later on, that we need forms for you to make changes, but everything else, yes, thank you, Sonia, for letting people know that. To make your slides much, much bigger. And you'll see me kind of looking over. I have two screens that I work with. So if I do this, I'm looking at my screen of the slide. So, and then I'll point some stuff out with my cursor, as you can see right here. But just, you can go in and make changes at any time. But what I would tell you is to email our office and just let us know once you make a change, because you won't be able to claim until we approve your application again. And if you just give us a heads up that you made a change and tell us where it's at, then they can go in and approve your application again. If you contract for food, and I'm talking about not with a food service management company like a school district might have, but if you contract with a vendor or a school district and every day they deliver food to you and you just scoop it out and serve it, that's what I'm talking about. We have to have a copy of that contract every year. If you contract with any services that you pay for with child nutrition funds or with CACFP funds, you do have to have a contract. You need to send it to us first to approve it before you can go out on bid. And then something else is with the application that you're doing right now. If you did not originally submit it in October, but you are claiming for the month of October, we can't pay you for October. So the month that you originally submit your application, so we have some people that are just submitting their application, like say today, which is November. We cannot backdate your application. It's when you originally submit it. Now, there's a lot of times you submit it and then we need more information and it kicks it back out, but we have your original submission date. So we know when you originally submit it to us. Make sure that once you finish that checklist at the very bottom, so you have a checklist and you go down, scroll a bit further, there's a gray box that says submit to CNP. You have to hit that box and that's when it sends it to us. Okay, the budget. So institutions must have a budget, and you have one, and it is in your application, in your agreement. Now, this budget that you enter is projected for the year. This budget can be updated as needed, and it will need to be. It's a working document. It should always reflect what's going on at your center, and we may need documentation to approve some certain items that you put into your budget. Like if you put stuff in there about travel, or I've had some people that some of the salaries were high, or they requested a lot for paper, I asked for more documentation. And you may need to adjust your budget based on information, or sometimes like if you put travel in there, we've had some larger entities that do say they would go to CACFP CACFP conference we would need information, just how did you come up with that amount of how much it's going to cost you? So the budget is ever evolving. Like I said, you need to make changes, and we'll talk more about that. We are eventually going to be requiring more information at the end of the year regarding your budget, so that we've had some people, I remember when I was helping approve applications, I'm not approving this year, but I did like 2 years ago, and people were like, I haven't touched my budget for 5 years. You needs to be every year that this is looked at and updated. Now we have some new people on here. Cassie does a CACFP application training twice a month. And some months, because of our schedules, we have just things that are going on that we cannot help, that we have to cancel it. But she's been having it twice a month. This last month, she did have to cancel it last Tuesday. The next one is next Tuesday, the 16th, that she'll be having that. Now, if you are not new and you know how to fill out the application, but the budget and the VCA part is new this year. If you were single-sided, if you're multi-sided, the budget's the same. But if you need help filling that out, Cassie also did do just a section, a 1 hour YouTube on VCA and budget, and you can go to the resource library under the financial section and one under center forms, and you can just click on that YouTube just to help you with the VCA and the budget aspect of your application. But if you want help with the full application, she walks through. I tell people all the time, if you have like a tablet or a phone, watch the presentation on that, and then you can be on your computer and filling out your application at the same time. Now, I talked to you about there are some required forms to make changes to your application. So when you're working on your application during renewal, we don't have to have a mill service change form. But if you change, once your application is approved and you do need to change anything with your mill service, such as the times of your mill service or the number of mills that you need to claim, if you need to change anything, you do have to fill out the mill change form and send it in to us before we can do those changes. Our system doesn't leave a history, so we have to have a history of what changed, because maybe you were not doing suppers and now you're claiming suppers, and then you decided not to claim suppers again. We have to have that history. If you are single-sided or multi-sided and you want to add a site, you do have to do a add site form. If you are multi-sided and you want to remove a site or a center, we do have a remove site form. And if you want anyone to have a username and password for the CACFP website, and I don't know why there's an or on there, I need to change that, you do have to fill out a certificate of authority. All these forms can be found in the resource library, and all but the certificate of authority can be found in this manual as well. So when you click on the website, this is what it looks like. So this should look familiar to you. If it doesn't, this is that website that was posted earlier. This is where it will take you. And everything else you have to log into except for the resource library. If you click on resource library, this is where you can find it in that left-hand column. And then again here, the resource library, if you've been on the program for a long time, last year we updated the resource library. It was very mumbo jumbo. We had like 3 sections and it was hard to find anything. We've made it much, much easier to find things now. So there is like a section that says Center Manual. So if you click on that, you can find this manual right here is in there. So it's about 200 pages long. It's a PDF. You can just download it to your computer if you want to. You can print it out if you want. But we have all different kinds of sections. We broke things up at the very bottom under worksheets is where our interactive forms are. There are a lot of our forms that are in the manual, but they're things that you can type into. So we have a lot of good stuff out here, a lot of good resources, all your handouts that we gave you, you can also find in the resource library. Now, this is something that did change in September. We just want to make you aware of this. And this page is pretty important. So when you log into your application and agreement, there's a button at the top that says business maintenance or facility page. When you click on your business maintenance page, this used to say CAC, where it says authorized rep and owner. This used to be one section and it said CAC contact for CACFP, contact information for CACFP. So that's who we would always contact if we had information that we needed. Now we have broken it up to two. We have owner, executive director, and superintendent, and then we have authorized reps. And as you can see here, you can have multiple authorized reps, meaning you can have multiple people that have usernames and logins. They can have access just to the application, they can have access just to claims, or they can have no access except have a username and login, and we call it read only. They can see everything, but this way they can go into the training calendar and they can sign up for trainings. So I do believe in the authorized rep, you can change some of the information in there, but I do know for sure owner, executive director, and superintendent, you cannot change. You have to contact us to change any of that information. Now on that same page, when you scroll down to the bottom, everybody in their application and agreement, they have what we call an assigned office staff and an assigned field staff. The assigned office staff is the person that is assigned to your application and agreement for the year, forever. So like this application, it's Jennifer Pryor. So we have Jennifer Pryor, Karen Davis, and Lisa King are the three in our CACFP area. So you can always look to see who your office person is. They're the one who approves your application. I think right now, because the applications are heavy, that we have a little bit of help with it, but that's the person responsible for your application. If you have a license change, if you want a mill service change, your DUNS number, that's who you can contact regarding all that information. Your assigned field staff is the person that's going to come out to do your review. So if you see their name, you can look in here. Our consultants are done by county, but I will say Oklahoma County, Tulsa, and Comanche, we have multiple consultants in those. So if you are in a different county than those three, you can just look in here and see who your consultant is. But if you're in one of those three, you would really want to look there. The information in this book for your consultant, it has their email address. It also has a phone number. That phone number is a cell phone. So you can also text. I know I liked when my people text me instead. Texting and email were the two fastest way to get a hold of me. And I think it's that way for a lot of our consultants. So that's the person who does your review. And then you have your office staff. So you can always check to see who that is. And then right below that is where your training records are. So when you've been on the program for a while, you will start seeing page numbers down here. So with this application, they signed up. So right now, if you're signed up in the training calendar for this class, it's going to show up already down here, the date, the class that you took. Now, eventually, we do want this to have your name on it. It doesn't right now. It says it on our end. But once you attend, once we pull your information, it will have a check mark right here. Now, this group has grown. We had a smaller group. The last one I did was like 20 people. So we do tell people to usually give us about a week, but I think Sherry with her schedule right now, she probably will be able to get this information pulled tomorrow or Wednesday. We are off Thursday for Veterans Day, just FYI. So we are all off for Veterans Day at the State Department on Thursday, but she should have this up by the end of the week. She's where her schedule is at. But we do tell people to give us time. We have to pull Zoom information and we have to pull the information from the training calendar. If you have not signed up in the training calendar, you have until 9 p.m. tonight. That's why she won't do anything till today. She wants to make sure that you did have time to go in and register in the training calendar for today's class if you had not done that. And also in the application agreement, just one thing we like to always point out, in number 7 on the checklist, this is the state agency institution agreement. A lot of times you guys will click on this, scroll down, hit next page, then scroll down. And I think you put in the date and then hit submit. This is what you are agreeing to being on our program. And it's 21 pages long if you were to print it out. And like the number one thing on here is be financially viable, administratively capable, and have an effective controls to ensure program accountability. There's a lot of things in this manual, but there's some things you will not find in the manual. It's in your application and agreement. We get that often like, well, where is that at? We're like, it's in the application. It's in your agreement that you signed with us. So it's not going to hurt if you go over and look at it to see what you're agreeing to being on our program, because people sometimes get a little bit surprised by that. So today we're going to go through the basic responsibilities. These are just some of the responsibilities. Again, this is the full day training, so we go over everything. We go over this full manual. Again, next month we'll break it up in the morning session from about 9 to 11, 11:30. We do admin. In the afternoon, we do nothing but meal patterns. But we will be going over the manual today. Now, one other thing because we do have a lot of new people on here, and this is something that started last year, is our office gets audited by state auditors and we get audited by USDA. Starting last year, the state auditors requested that we have to have a copy of all paperwork, receipts, anything that we look at when we come out to do a review. So when we do a review on the last month that you claimed, because we have to validate that claim, and then we have to do observation while we're there. So we have to get everything from the previous month and current when we're there doing our observation. Now, it can be paper copies or it can be scans, but it is required by the state auditor that we are required to get a copy of all your paperwork that we look at for the review. They feel we should be able to come back and do a review based on all the documentation, redo a review. Again, this is not our requirement. This is a state auditor. If we don't get this, we get written up by state auditing. So again, we will ask for all the documentation. Depending on the county, some of them, they can maybe take it, print it, go copy it, and then, or scan it and then give it back. But we have to have a copy of all paperwork for the state auditor, which it did come in handy with COVID, because with COVID, we were able to do more of a desk review and then come out and do meal observations. So we weren't in your daycare quite as long because of that, which ended up being a good thing, but it was a pain. It's such a pain. So we added a new section to our manual. We're going to start with this one. It's called financial management. The financial aspect of this has always been, I've been on staff for 13 and a half years. We've always looked at finances, but there's never been like true definitions and explanations of why we look at what we do. And it is evolving even more. So we talked about, I mentioned the first thing in the application agreement was we talked about being financially viable, capable, and accountable. We call this VCA. It is required, it has always been required that an institution must be financially viable, capable, and accountable just to be on this program. If you are not any of those three, then we are able to remove you from the program. So what does this mean? To be financially viable, it means that you have financial management. It also means that you do not have to have our money to keep your doors open. The purpose of CACFP, the purpose of the program, is for you to be able to service kids and give kids more nutritious meals in an area where they may not have access to it. That's the purpose of the program, is to provide more nutritious meals. It is not to pay your bills. You should be able to operate without our funds. To be capable means you have to be administratively capable, you have to have adequate staff, and you have to have the ability to manage the operation and to be in compliance with our program. You also have to be accountable. You have to have program oversight. You have to have record keeping, oversight on your training, monitor, making sure that you are accountable to be on this program. Now, when you're new, this started last year. If you are new, you cannot come onto the program unless you fill out this 12-page document, which we call VCA. You have to fill this document out, and send in supporting documentation. Now, we talked about this, I've talked about it a little bit last year, but as long as you're on the program, we have to monitor VCA. So that's why this year in the application and agreement, there is now questions regarding VCA. We have to make sure you're financially viable, capable, and accountable to be on the program. Now, if you are new and if you were SD in the previous year, you have to fill out the paper document. And the reason why is because you have to submit as supporting documentation. Right now, we are not asking for the supporting documentation when you fill it out in the application and agreement, only when you fill out this document. So if you're new or you were SD last year, seriously deficient, Cassie has sent you the VCA document. We cannot approve your application until you fill this out and we approve the VCA. And we talked about, being financially viable. And again, kind of the definition, I actually last week, I looked at it. I took a training last week with USDA. It was a 2-hour training just on financial viability. One day is going to be, but actually today is budgets. I'm missing it, but it was just on financial viability. It was a 2-hour training and they changed the definition's the same, but they made it bigger and their financial viability definition is now 2 slides. So I was like, oh, I'm not going to put that in there, but it means how you can run the program. You're viable. You do not need our funds. Our funds just help provide more nutritious meals. That's what financial viability means. So like during the review, we look at documentation. We actually always have. We look at something we call profit loss. And then we also look at with you being a nonprofit food service account, which I'll talk about. I want to explain to you the reasons why we've looked at this documentation. We've looked at it for years, but now we're telling you exactly what we look at, what we have to look at now, like specific items and why we're looking at it. So when we come out to do a review, we look at your total revenue expenditures for the entire center. That's one thing that we're going to look at. But also financial documentation we're going to look at is any bank or credit card statements of any accounts that you use to make any CACFP purchases or that you pay CACFP labor payments out of. So the other thing we look at is all credit card or bank statements where you deposit CACFP funds or you transfer CACFP funds. So if you've been on the program for a while and you have like one personal account that you use for everything, like with Cassie, she's even mentioned with our new people, it's very smart to get one credit card for CACFP, to get a bank account just for CACFP. It's highly, highly recommended. Because if you are transferring CACFP funds from one bank account to another, we can look at both bank accounts. We have to see what you're doing with the money that we're giving you. These are federal dollars. We also need to look at your bank and credit card statements to see what purchases you're making with CACFP funds. So when we come out to do a review, there's a question on the review that says profit loss. And we've always asked for documentation, but people were not always giving us the right documentation. So this is the documentation that we need. So when you're financially viable, we have to look at your institution as a whole. Now I do understand, like we have had some Head Starts on here. We have a school district on here. We have some people that are you're part of a much larger entity, like a school. When we look at that case, like a school district, we're only going to look at child nutrition. We're going to look at code 700 for your child nutrition program. If you are, say, with the military base, we're not going to ask to see the entire military base. We're going to ask to see your child nutrition part of, because you're a small part. We're not going to look at the whole, we can't look at the whole base. But if you're like a daycare center, you're a business, we're going to ask to see your entire center's either year-to-date report, profit loss report, whatever report from QuickBooks or other accounting software. If you use an accountant, any information you have from an accountant, or any other documentation that you use to close out your books at the end of the fiscal year. The next day, I was listening to internal controls and with financial viability with USDA. And like the first thing that they said, they're like, when you're coming on our program, you are a business. You are a business. We are looking at you as a business. We need to see your business records. Because again, you have to show us that you are financially viable to be on the program in case there are program interruptions. I've been on staff again 13.5 years, and they asked the question in that, has anybody ever known when there has been interruptions in payment? And yes, I've been around twice when it's happened. And it's because the government shut down, which the government could shut down again in December. So there are times that we haven't been able to pay because of government shutdown. So just letting you guys be aware. Now this is not going to affect a whole lot of people, but we have some entities on here. And I will say too, if you are nonprofit, so as a for-profit, if you're a for-profit daycare, you should be making a profit. We need to see your profit loss. We do understand that some of you are a nonprofit entity, so you may be getting subsidized. Like I've had several daycares that they're part of a larger group and they were not, they were getting subsidized. That's how their doors were staying open. So we will want to see what you get for CACFP and then just how you're being subsidized. So we understand if you're not making a profit, but we do understand that you're getting subsidized because you wouldn't be able to keep your doors open if you were constantly in the red. Someone is subsidizing your institution. But if you are for profit, again, I think this affects, they said, about 12 to 15 entities across the state. If you are for profit daycare center and you are receiving more than $750,000 in federal funds that you get in 1 year, you are going to receive an extra reviews. So what that means is if we've had it to where it's like one daycare center and you're receiving more than $750,000, or if you're a business and you own 4 or 5 daycares and you're with all of them together, even though with us you may be single-sided, but you still own all these, you're one organization. If you're receiving more than $750,000, you have to get a program-specific audit. Now, when we talk about federal funds, we're talking about CACFP funds. We're talking about when you contract with the swipes, if you get title funds, if you have any grants, if you get commodities, and this is for profit. Now, our nonprofit entities already have to submit an audit to us. They already get this audit. This is if you are for profit. So what it means is we come out to do a review again every 2 to 3 years. And when we come out to do a review, you won't receive it. But the other years that we are not coming to your facility to do a review, you will be getting this program specific audit. We have paid for it. We're paying for it. We have a company that we've contracted with that are going to come in and do these audits. So again, it doesn't affect a whole lot of people, maybe about 15, but it's starting this year that we do have to have them come in to do this audit if you receive over $750,000 and you are a for-profit entity. Okay, so that's our financial section. We have our financial section in here. It's called financial management. It's not everything in that section. We're going to talk more about that, but I want to talk about it once we get to the area so it makes sense of why you have to keep the documentation that you have to take. Oh no, no sound. So I'm hoping you're the only one that does not have sound. There you go. So now let's talk about eligibility. So with this manual, because we broke it up from 1 manual to 3.5, we do not have an index any longer. So what we did do is we have a more detailed table of contents. And then in here, like we put financial management, it starts on page 11 in this manual. And then everything we talked about, you'll find in here in that section. Now, everything that we'll talk about here in eligibility, it will start on page 15. So that way you can go back into the book and find it if you need to find this information. Not only do we break this up into 3.5 manuals, but we also put this training out a month early. So it's just been very busy in a whirlwind here. Okay, so Head Starts, don't freak out quite yet, but I have one more information to give you in just a little bit. But for those of you that are a daycare center, not a Head Start, because Head Start's not required to have an application, but this is the application that you give your parents every year. You have to get this out every single year. We did make a few changes to it from last year. It is the same one as last year, but we made some clarifications on it. Last year was the first year we had it. We had to make some terminology changes just because that's not what we say here. We got this from another state, so that's why some of the terminology, and then we use part of our old application as well. This is approved by USDA. This top section is the enrollment form, and then down here is the application. So it used to be 2 pages for application and 1 for enrollment form. It's all the same now. This is one per family. So before the enrollment form was one per child, application one per family. It's all one. So again, this is the enrollment form up here. What we did add this year that's different from last year is we added the year, so that way you know next year you have to get a new one. We also, it says if a child is receiving SNAP, TANF, FIDPR, or is foster child, also complete the last two columns, so it'd be these two columns. And then go to section 2, which was right here. Well, that was incorrect. We changed it to where they go here to sign it. If they fill this top part out, then this whole top part, then if everything's complete up here, then they can come down here and sign if their child receives SNAP, TANF, FIDPR, or is a foster child. Something else that we added to this is in this column right here under income, we had some people that were not enrolled in the center, but they lived in the household, and they were the ones that received SNAP, TANF, and FIDPR. There was no child receiving it, so we made a column to where it says all other income or SNAP, TANF, and FIDPR. That can be added right here. And then last but not least is down here. This is where the institution, which is you have to complete this. Once the application comes back, you complete it. This is how you approve the application. And right here, it said free meals, reduced meals, and paid meals. And that's not the correct terminology. That's our school terminology. So we changed it to free, reduced, and not eligible. So we made some of these clarifications. So we hope it's much easier for you and for the parent to fill out. So now we're going to go through like how to fill this application out. So again, I'm going to kind of let you know right here at the top is the enrollment form. This right here is optional. It's the ethnic and racial information. Part 2 is income. And then 3 is signature. And then down here is the center fills this out. We do have examples in here. So if you don't know how to approve it, there's some examples in here that you can look at. Okay, so again, we call this the FSIA, which is Family Size and Income Application and Enrollment Form. Again, it's all together as one. You cannot complete this for the family. The family has to fill this out. The only thing that you can put in here is you can put the child's first name and last name of the enrolled children. You can do that, but the parent has to fill everything else out. So you can't complete it. You can just put the child's first and last name that's enrolled in your center. Again, you have to send this out and get it back every year. You have to get it back. You have to have that top section filled out. That's the enrollment form. If that's the only part they fill out is okay, but you have to have that top section. It must be on the current year form. And again, that's one reason why we put the year on there, to make sure it's on the current year. And it is not required for the parent to fill out the income section. Okay, so it's not required to fill that out. Now, again, the top part is required to be filled out. It includes the enrolled children's name, dates of birth, normal days of care, and the meals that they receive. Now, before we go any further, I'm just going to quickly say, I meant to say this at the very beginning. This is kind of how today's going to go. So we started at 9. About 10:30, we're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break. And then we're going to take lunch at 11:30 to 12:30. We're going to start back at 12:30. And I've been going to straight at 3 o'clock, like literally 2:59, 3:01 is when I'm getting done. We will not take a break in the afternoon. We're going to go straight through. But if you do need to take a break, like get up, go to the bathroom, phone call, you can do that. But we just won't take an official break in the afternoon. Okay, so I just kind of want to let you know what today is going to bring. Again, we'll take a break around 10:30 for about 5 to 10 minutes, just a short one. Get up, stretch, make phone calls, whatever you need to do. At 11:30 to 12:30 will be lunch. At 12:30, we're going to come back. It's mostly going to be meal patterns, and we're going to go straight through, and we'll be done at 3. Right at 3. So Okay, so very good question about foster kids. So if you have a parent who proposes to put the social security number for the kids are foster, it is not required to have a social security number for foster apps, only on income apps. So if their kids are all just foster, or she has foster and SNAP, TANF, FITFR, you do not have to have a social security number, only on those that you're approving based on income. Very good question. So there are two types we're going to talk about, which is categorical, which is SNAP, TANF, FITFR, foster, and family size and income by income application. So when they fill it out by categorical, they have to have the children's enrolled name, a case number, either SNAP, TANF, or FITFR, which if it's SNAP, it will be A, B, C, D, H, J, or T, and then followed by 6 or 9 digits. TANF starts with a C or H plus 6 or 9 digits. And FITFR is just different. So what FITFR is it's federal distribution. It's a food distribution program on an Indian reservation. So what that means is the family is receiving commodities from a tribe. It does not mean that they have a roll number. It means that they're receiving commodities from a tribe, food from a tribe. There won't be that many in here because of the quickness we had to get this training done. But right here on this, you see this blue box that says P16. It's page number 16 in this manual. There are more page numbers. I had somebody that helped me out to do that. But when you see that in here, it will tell you what page number to go in here that you can look at on what we're referring to in this slide. But with the Indian reservation, we see a lot of social security numbers, but it really just is dependent on the tribe and how they give that number out. So if they put the children's full name, a case number, then everybody, if it's one SNAP or TANF or FITFR number, everybody in the household is free automatically. And all you need is that number, a signature from the household, and if they put any income in there, you disregard it. So signature and date, I need to put that on there, signature and date, and then one case number for SNAP, TANF, or FITFR. But they do not have to put their social security number on there. Now, one thing that you cannot do is if a family member doesn't put a case number on there and you're like, oh, well, they swipe in, they have a case number, I'm just going to put that case number on here. You cannot do that. When they swipe in, that is because they're getting daycare assistance. That does not mean that they're getting SNAP, TANF, or FITFR. Now, they could be getting SNAP, TANF, or FITFR, and they could be getting childcare assistance. And it could be the same number, but you can't assume because they're swiping in that they're getting SNAP, TANF, and FITFR. To get daycare assistance, you don't have, on the income scale, it's not as low as it is for SNAP, TANF, and FITFR. So you could receive childcare benefits and not be eligible for SNAP, TANF, or FITFR. So you can't, it's not the same. You can't, just because they swipe in, you can't assume they're getting SNAP, TANF, and FITFR. Not just that, but I've had some friends that have done foster to adopt, and a lot of those kids do receive child care benefits, but the family does not qualify for free or reduced meals, or they do not qualify for SNAP, TANF, and FITFR. So just because they are getting child care benefits does not mean that they are getting SNAP, TANF, and FITFR. So don't go to the machine and then write it on their application for them in agreement, because it doesn't mean that. Now, foster children. So foster children are categorically eligible. Now, it's for foster children that are awarded to the state. If you have a parent or someone come and tell you, they're like, I'm the child's guardian. A guardianship is not a foster child. A guardianship just usually means like, I'm a grandparent. I have the child until the situation gets under control. A foster child is the child is in state custody. They do receive the benefits, the subsidy benefits. They do receive, the family receives a foster income. They are a foster child. They are awarded to the state. So If it's a guardianship, if they tell you, well, I'm a guardian, it's a guardianship, then you have to put the family's information on there. If it's a foster child, then they can mark foster because they're awarded to the state. Now, again, it has to have the child's name on there. They just mark the box that they're a foster. The only income that has to go on that application is if that foster child has personal income, like maybe they have a job or anything like that. But the family does not have to put the foster payments on there, like what payments they get from foster. They don't have to list that on the application and agreement. It does have to be signed by a member of the household and dated, but it does not have to have the last four of the social. The only time it has to have the last four of the social is if that application is going to be used for income approval. And that foster child is considered free, but maybe you have a foster child and 2 or 3 other kids in the household. That foster child is automatically free, but not the other children. The other children have to get approved by either SNAP, TANF, or FDPER, or by income. Okay, that's categorical. Now we're going to talk about an income application. On an income application, again, all children enrolled are at the top. Everybody else in the household goes in part 2, whether they have income or not. If they're not enrolled in the center, it will be all other household members, including other children not enrolled, go in part 2. That's where they list their income. There is a box that says no income. So if they don't receive income, they can mark the no income box or put 0. And then the family would list their monthly gross salary there. So we only ask for monthly. We don't need it bi-weekly, biannual, every 2 weeks. It needs to be monthly only. Then we need to have a signature of the adult and date. And if they have income listed, that's when they have to list the last 4 of their social security number. If they refuse to give you the last 4 of their social, then the application cannot be approved. Okay. There is also a box next to it that says no income. So that says no social security number. They can mark that box if they do not have a social. The monthly application enrollment form requests that it is a monthly income. So if you're looking at the application, let's say they put $25,000 on there. If a member of the household reports their income other than monthly, you should contact them and try to obtain the monthly income. If they check they have no income, then they don't have income, so there would be no income to list in the income section if they're stating they have no income. We do have some definitions that we don't go over in this section. So if you have any questions, if they don't check the box that they don't have income, or if they don't write 0, then it's considered that they don't want to give you the information. And so it's considered not eligible. It's not considered no income. It's just considered that they don't want to tell you what they make. So, and we see that a lot. We get it with schools. And I have actually a slide about that too. So we have some definitions like determining household size, determining household income, any income exclusions, and military exceptions. So it's in this book, but we won't go over. So if you get something kind of weird, you can go here first. If you can't find it, then contact your consultant. But when you're determining the household size, an example is if they say, hey, I have a child in college, do I list them on here? Yes, you would, because even though they're away at school, they're still considered a part of the household. Determining household income. If you get paid, if they get child support, do they have to list that on there? Yes, they do. If they get child support on a regular basis. Any income exclusions, again, that'd be like a foster parent. They don't have to list that foster income from the state. And there are some military exceptions. Now, we do, and we're about to, that leaves me another thing I need to write down because we talked about it and it didn't happen yet. Okay. We are going to have a section, a Spanish section, a section for Spanish resources, but we also have, you can get an application in about 32 or 64 different languages. So you can go into center forms, and we're going to put it in the Spanish section as well. You click on it and it will take you to USDA website, and you can get an application again in either 32 or 64 different languages. Now, those applications, if you do it in another language, they are allowed to put it biweekly, their income biweekly, every 2 weeks, twice a month, or monthly. And in that case, if they say get paid monthly and weekly, then you have to convert it to annually in order to approve the application. And this just shows you the conversions. But we do have applications in other languages if you need it for your center. And then for approval, again, part 2 of the income and enrollment form, if it's not completed, then they cannot have benefits. It just means those kids are not eligible. We see it again quite a bit where they leave it blank. They put an X, put Z. That means they don't want you knowing. So that application is not eligible. You may get an application that you can't read, or they're missing. Maybe they did put income and they left off the last 4 of their social, or it's questionable, or it's not consistent. You can contact the household. Say they listed their income, but they didn't give you the last 4 of their social. You can call them and say, hey, I'm trying to approve your application. I just need the last 4 of your social to approve it, and you can get it over the phone. You can write it on there, but you need to notate. You need to state who you talk to, the date, and initial that you put it in there for them. The one thing you cannot write on the application for them is a signature. They have to sign it if they did not sign it. But you have to resolve any inconsistencies before approving it. If you're confused by it, we're going to be confused by it when we come out to do a review. And you do approve these based on face value. So the no income. For any person without income, the no income box must be checked, or $0 has to be written in for it to be a zero income application. They would also have to put the last 4 of their social. Now, one thing that we have seen is they'll say no income, but then they come in every day and say their Sonic hat, Sonic shirt, and they're going to work. If they are on purpose intentionally misreporting their income, we do what's called you have to verify for cause, and we'll have you reach out to your consultant and they will give you the steps on what to do. This is a federal document. If they sign this, there's a statement on there that says what you're signing a federal document. So if you're lying on this, it is a federal document. So if you do think that they're misreporting income, then we do have to do what's called verifying for cause. Reach out to your consultant and they will help you with that. If you are brand new and you haven't come on the program yet, your consultant's going to come out and help you approve these for the first time. So don't worry about that. Then at the very, very end, make sure that it is you sign and date it. So at the very bottom where it says the application is not approved until someone from the center, that is you, someone that you designate, you choose, they sign and date the bottom and how you approve the application. And again, if they mark X and all that stuff, if they leave the income part blank, they put an X through it, then or NA, they just don't want to give you their income, and it's a not eligible application. So Head Starts. Head Starts are not, if you are a federally funded Head Start, you are not required to have an application on file. So the only those children are automatically free if they're in a federally funded Head Start. We cannot accept the Head Start enrollment form. You do have to have a CACFP enrollment form. We have a CACFP enrollment form. It is our old form that we've always had. You don't have to have that application agreement. You can just fill out that CACFP. We actually changed the name of it to Head Start fully funded enrollment form. That's all you have to have. You don't have to have the application and agreement. I may have some centers on here. I've had some nonprofit centers that really don't have very many free or reduced at all. If you have a lot that are not eligible, like I had some hospitals, I've had some, not tribes, but military bases, and none of your kids qualify for free reduced, you can go ahead and do just the enrollment form, because regardless, you have to have enrollment on every child, even though they may not want to fill out the income section or the income application. So once you get these applications and these applications in, or no applications, what do you do? So every child on an application will be approved either as free, reduced, or not eligible. It's based on income. So a free child are those that are SNAP, TANF, FIPR, if they're in a federally funded Head Start, if it's a foster child, or if their income falls below that line, then they are free. Reduced is they filled out the income section, they're not free, but they don't make enough to be not eligible, then they're reduced, which is going to be your least that you'll have at your center. And then last but not least is your not eligible children. Your not eligible means they make too much money, or they did not fill out part 2. They left it blank, they put an NA on there, or they put an X through it to mark it out. That is not eligible. We still pay you like 31 cents for those kids that are not eligible. We still give reimbursement for it. But every child enrolled at your daycare center must be on one of those rosters. And just a reminder, even if they don't fill out part 2, they have to fill out that top section, or they can fill out the enrollment form. Okay, so very good question. A lot of our parents will check the no income box for people that they list as having income. Is it safe to assume that people that don't have the box checked as not having income on those apps only? So that's a very good thing. If they check the no income box, only, like say there's 4 people listed down there and 2 are listed as no income and 2 are not checked, then they probably have income and they do need to list it. They may not want to list it, but they do. If they don't want to give it to you, they don't have to. But if they do list, if they say all of them have no income, then as long as they put the last 4 of the social on there, you can approve it as a no income. And one thing is you're like, well, how do they not have income and their kids are in daycare? It is not required for if someone is a student and they're living off student loans, they do not have to put student loans on the application. That's the most of the time that I've seen where a kid would be in daycare and the parent isn't working or doesn't have income. I hope that answered your question correctly. So again, all children enrolled or in attendance at your center has to be on a roster. You may have some infants that have an infant meal waiver form, and we're going to talk about that later. Or you may have some children that don't participate in CACFP. Even if they are in attendance, they have to be on a roster, and I'll explain. So we take your attendance records and we compare them on the roster about how they were approved, free, reduced, or not eligible. Some people are like, well, why would a child be at my center and not participate in the program? They may not have access to a meal. Maybe the times that they're there, they don't eat a meal, and that if they don't eat a meal while they're there, they are not participating in the program. You may have a child that has severe allergies and the parents like, I'm just going to bring the food, or so that child is not eating a meal with you, the parents bringing the food, that child is not participating in the program. If they're not participating in the program, you don't have to have an application. We don't need anything on them. If they're not participating, we don't need anything. They don't need an application. They don't need an enrollment form. We don't need anything. The only thing is you do need to list them on a roster. I'd say put it on the not eligible roster and just put NP for every month, just saying that they're not participating in the program. Again, I have seen it. I've been to several centers where you may have a child that for some reason or another, they're not participating in CACFP. Again, we need no documentation if they're not participating, but they do need to be on a roster. And the reason why is because when we're looking at your attendance records and we're looking at your roster and you have this kid in attendance, but we don't see him on any of your rosters, we're going to think that you intentionally left him off. So we just need to know that, yes, no, we know he's enrolled here, but he doesn't participate in child nutrition programs. And then what you do at the end of the month on the roster is you count how many kids participated that month. So how many of your free kids participated, how many of your reduced kids participated, and how many of your not eligibles, and that will go onto your claim. And again, if you're new, your consultant's going to go out and show you how to do all of this. It's going to put everything together for you. So let's talk about some record keeping, and this starts on page 39. So all forms must be maintained daily by month at each site for any institution participating in CACFP. Again, all records must be kept on the site at the location approved on your application and agreement. So like if you're multi-sited, it makes a lot of sense that you keep your records at one location. And we understand that that's where we're going to go to see your documents. But if you have like if you have your center address, that's where we're going to go to find your records. Now we have a couple on here that do participate in at-risk. If a center has regular meals and at-risk meals, separate records must be kept. You have to check the appropriate box, either the menu as served form or other form. So we have to know which ones are at risk and which ones are regular meals. And if you participate in at risk, as a reminder, you cannot claim meals during summer break. That program is only allowed during spring break, Christmas break, fall break. It's only allowed when school is in session. So if your center is in Oklahoma State Public Schools and you participate in at risk, the first day of school is August 15th and the last day is May 15th. You can serve meals from May 15th to August 15th, but you cannot serve when school is out of session. And you also have to have an enrichment program. And it is only for school-age children that can participate in this. It is a separate program. So if it's something that you are interested in and you don't do this currently, you do need to contact our office to see what to do, because you will have requirements that you have to send in to us before you can participate in that program. Record-keeping forms. So we have some forms. We have your attendance records forms. We have arrival and departure. Now it's not, we're not gonna a lot of times have you keep arrival and departure times. And to be honest with you, we're just gonna have, if we need an arrival departure, we're just gonna look at DHS. We're not gonna have you do two separate sets of paperwork. So something else noted is people ask us all the time, if we come out and be like, hey, can I look at your DHS time in and time out sheets? We are allowed to look at those. We are a state agency and we can look at other state agencies' records, just like DHS can come in and ask to see your menus as served forms. State agencies can look at state agency records. So if we come in and we do need to look at arrival and departure times, one, you don't always, for us, you don't always, it's not always required to keep them. But if we do need them, we'd probably just tell you, we'll just look at DHS because we're not going to have, we really don't want to have you do two sets of paperwork where that's not really fair when you have to keep them for DHS. Meal count worksheet. We need to have a meal count worksheet and a DROMS form. So one question, and I don't think I have a poll question about it, but how many, let me see if I do have a poll question. Oh, I don't think I stopped sharing that. I apologize. Let's see here. No, okay. Does anybody in here, and you can just put yes, or you can put 3 or 4, or how many meals, does anybody in here serve more than 3 meals per day to be claimed? Do you serve 4 meals per day? How many meals? You can put 3, or you can put yes. If you put yes, that means you serve more than 3. You serve more than 3 meals per day. And I don't want to talk about if you do. Okay, this would be fantastic. You are only, and I'll clarify, you are only allowed to claim 3 meals per day. That's all you're allowed to claim. But we have some facilities that stay open later, so they serve breakfast, lunch, PM snack, and say a supper. But that child may eat 4 meals, but that child can only be claimed for 3, and it can only be 2 main meals and a snack. So people are like, I didn't know I could claim 4. You cannot claim 4. Each child can only be claimed for 3 meals. What we would do is we tell you to keep a DROMS form. In that case, if you do serve more than 3 meals, and like here you can see that like this child, Steffi Douglas, ate 4 meals several days that month, but they are circling the ones that they didn't claim. You only are required to really keep the DRUMS form if you are serving more than 3 meals per day. So that way we ensure that that child is only receiving the 3 meals, that they're only claiming the 3 meals. But it doesn't seem like we have anybody that's doing that, which is great. We do have this, I have a lot of centers that only serve 3 meals per day that really like this form. We created one. It's in the interactive forms that only is for breakfast, lunch, and PM snack. And I had a center with 10 or 17 rooms. So we created one for them. So it has one room and you can actually put your entire center on it. I think it puts like 30 kids on one, or it has tabs. You can do it per room, but it only lists 3 meals per day. So we do have this out there if you only serve 3 meals per day and you really like this form because you want to know what meals that child did eat. You can use it. You can use it only if you only have 3, but it is required if you do serve more than 3 meals per day. But since I don't really have anybody stating that, we won't go into further detail about that. Now, there is something new in the book is the meal count worksheet. And the reason why it is new is because, well, we needed some more space on it and people were forgetting to claim their infants. They would put the infants on the meal count worksheet, but they would forget to claim them. So we separated it and it's now profile, not landscape, but it is, we have one for children and we have one for infants. Now, if you use the interactive worksheet, the one that's in the Excel under worksheets, if you look at the tabs, it has one for children, one for infants, and then the third tab is it's still combined. So it's not that you can't use it, but in our book, we have it listed, and we have some people that just don't have infants, and so that form was really big for them. We need a little bit more space. So we did break it out in here. Now, food purchasing forms. This is kind of the part that the nitty gritty of, we're going to talk a little bit more about financials in this section. So every month you have receipts. You have to have copies of your receipts. Now we have what's called a food purchasing form. Okay, so we did have one that serves more than 3 meals per day. Now, just a reminder, and I'm not for sure if you're new or not, but as a reminder, if you do serve more than 3 meals per day, you should be using this DRUMS form. You do need to list on the DRUMS form the meals that they ate, and then you tell us which meals you're not claiming. So what I've recommended to a lot of my daycare centers is have your teachers fill this out in paper and pen, and then use the interactive form and like highlight or circle the meals that you're not going to claim on the paper copy. Then go to the electronic copy and just plug in the meals you are going to claim, because the interactive form will do the math for you to know what to claim. But that way you have the paper copy to show us all the meals that they did eat. And then you have your electronic copy that lets you know what to claim. Now, what people have not been doing either, they haven't been doing that. They're just like, well, they did eat 4 meals, but I'm only going to put there were 3 on here. If they ate 4 meals, they have to be listed on here that they were there for 4 meals. Because let's say that, yes, they may be there every day for breakfast, lunch, PM, snack, and supper. But what if one day they show up late and you didn't mark that they were there for breakfast? Or one day they left early for a doctor's appointment, so they didn't eat supper, but you didn't mark that they were there for breakfast because you never claim them for breakfast. But that day they left early. So you can't go back and put that they were there when you already said that they weren't. So you do need to list every meal that they did eat. And what a lot of people have not been doing either is on the meal count worksheet, those days that were not claimed, they need to go on the meal count. They can go on this other meal count worksheet as non-claimable meals, like right here. So this day, there were 3 meals that they did not claim for breakfast based on the DRUMS form. So those are my suggestions. How to handle the kids that have more than 3 meals per day. It's a lot of work. It really is a lot of work to do that. But we have to ensure that kids are not being claimed for more meals than allowable per USDA. So on the food purchasing form, again, you will receive receipts like Walmart receipts, I'm talking, and when you have to use the food purchasing form is on those receipts like Brahms, Crest, Reese's, Kroger, Homeland. It's those receipts that are not itemized. You have to use the food purchasing form. The food purchasing form itemizes your receipt. You do have anything that does not count toward the reimbursable meal will go into the non-reimbursable section of the form. And this is what the form looks like, the food reimbursement purchasing form. So when you have a receipt, say like you have a receipt from Crest, or again, from Reese's, you do have to have a copy of the receipt attached. Okay, it has to be the original receipt has to be attached. And if we understand that it fades, so if it does fade, you can make a copy, but no, regardless, the original has to be attached to this form. You do have to list everything that is on the receipt. You put it either in food and milk, food related supplies, and non-reimbursable. The receipt amount must match the food purchasing form receipt. They can be off by a penny, and the reason why is because of the taxes. You have to put taxes in here. If you use the electronic form that we have, you go to so you open it up and you go to this page right next to it, and it will tell you where to put the taxes in, and it will automatically calculate taxes for you. But this can be off by 1 penny, but it would be due to taxes. But if it's off by more than a penny, then you do need to go back and look and see. Now, one other thing that we get frustrated with is the reason you have to do this form is because we don't always understand what the receipt says. So an example is I was doing a review, a summer review, and a lady had on here, it said HP 365X. And I was like, well, what is this? And she's like, I don't know, but that's what the receipt says. So she put it on here, and I'm like, well, I can't let you put that on here when neither of us knows what this is. So she called Walmart and figured out it was ink. Well, she was allowed to charge it off, and it should have been here. But what you do need to do, if you don't know what it is, you can write down what the receipt says, but then next to it, she should have put ink, HP 365, and then ink. Because if you don't know what it is, then we don't know what it is. And if no one knows what the actual item is, then we have to mark it off the receipt, and it needs to go down here into non-reimbursable. And I'll be talking about vendor forms here in just 1 second. So this is to itemize any receipt that you get, again, from Brahms, from Reese's, Crest, the Walmart paper receipt. Any of those have to go on something like this. Now, there is a time when it's not required to use the vendor form, that food purchasing form, and it's not required if you do use a vendor. And the reason why is because your receipt is itemized. An itemized receipt will tell you the quantity, the weight, the size, and the price on that receipt. So again, an example is if you use a vendor, or if you do grocery pickup or delivery, or if you do like the Sam's, the click and go, any of that, you do not have to fill out that form. The reason why is because if I look at the receipts, like if you've done the grocery pickup receipts, it will have a picture of Cheerios, and it will say that you bought 3 32-ounce boxes. So they're very detailed along with the picture. A vendor is the same way. The only thing that you do have to do is if you get a vendor or a grocery pickup or delivery, which the vendor usually is set up pretty good, like at the top, it will have like food and milk, and then it'll have another section of your supplies like paper plates, paper towels, stuff like that. Now, if you're using like a grocery pickup or delivery, it doesn't break anything up. So you do at the bottom need to tell us how much was food and milk and how much was supplies or anything not reimbursable. You just put like food and milk, and you could put like 25.38, supplies 65.25. You don't have to break it all out like on the food purchasing form, but you do have to break it out because you have to break it out on the expenditure worksheet, which we're going to talk about next. So when we talk about receipts, there are some receipts that we can't use. And so I just want to make people aware, because this has been happening quite a bit, especially this last year. Again, when you have a receipt, a paper receipt, like from Brahms, Crest, Reese's, anything like that, buy for less, we have to have a copy of the original. We have to have the original. You can make a copy of it. We understand they fade. You can make a copy, but we still have to have the original with it. It can't just be a copy. If you give us only a copy, we have to disallow it. And there's reasons for that because of things that have happened. Because people have been sharing receipts, they make a copy of it and they give it to somebody else. We have to have the original receipt. Even if it's faded, you can have a copy and the original, but we have to have the original receipt attached to it. If you have a receipt or an invoice that doesn't have a date on it, we have to disallow it because we don't know when it was used. Was it an April receipt and I'm out there doing October? When was this receipt from? If you do grocery pickup or delivery, it has to be the receipt after you pick up the food. Yes, you can use the email receipt. It can't be the receipt. We were having people, what they would do is submit an order and then use that receipt before they even go and pick it up. You can't do that. I'm legally blind. Actually, telling everybody today marks the 3-year anniversary of I have not been able to drive, which is fine. I have central vision. I don't have any peripheral vision, but I use grocery pickup or I use grocery delivery. Sorry, they deliver my groceries to me. And every time I order groceries, when I pick it up or when it's delivered to me, either they substitute something or they're out of something. So that's why we cannot use the receipt when you submit it and it's still in process. We have to use the one after you pick it up. So yes, and the best thing, I had one daycare solely use grocery pickup, and the reason why is because she was horrible with her receipts and would always lose them. That's why she started doing grocery pickup, and it saved time. But she was always losing her receipts, and that way she could always go back and print one. So yes, as long as it is the receipt after you pick it up, it cannot still be in process or submitted. It's after you pick up your groceries. And like with Sam's, we do understand with Sam's, if you go in and do the click, when you go in, so I don't know if you've done this, Walmart has it too, if you're me, if you get your groceries delivered and stuff, but they have it to where you can go into Sam's and scan your groceries as you're shopping and you check out all in one. That receipt will not have a barcode at the bottom, and we know that. That's why we validate your receipts against your credit card and bank statement. That's one other reason why we have to look at your bank statements. You spent child nutrition funds, CACFP, so we have to look at your credit card or bank statements to validate your receipts, and then also to show what show how you were spending your money with CACFP. With donated products, that's not allowed on CACFP. So if anybody donates food and or milk to you, you can use it, but it cannot be part of your reimbursable meal. It can only be used as an extra. And that was from last year. So once you get all your receipts for the month, you have to fill out what we call an expenditure reimbursement worksheet. Now, I know we have some schools on here, and schools, we don't need this from you. We're just going to pull your OCAS coding. We need your expenditure report for code 700 for all child nutrition, but that's only for school districts. They have to use a different accounting style. But if you are a daycare, we need you fill out this expenditure reimbursement worksheet. You put all your food purchases for the month. You put any of your non-food or CACFP related expenses, and maybe any labor. The only thing that goes on this form is anything that you use solely for CACFP. That's what goes on your expenditure worksheet. It's only allowable items. So it has to be things, if you're going to charge it off to CACFP, it has to be in your budget and it has to be approved by our office. Labor is a big one if you're going to charge off labor. If you're brand new to all this, we tell you we'll explain more. I'm explaining why you have to do this, the reasons and the importance for it. I'm getting to that, but if you're new, don't worry about labor and all that stuff yet. Wait till you start getting your claims and reimbursement in for a while. If you buy items that you use for your center, and for CACFP, you have to prorate it. A good example is paper towels. Let's say you buy paper towels every month and you buy it for your bathroom and for the kitchen. You can do one of two things. You can mark it off the receipt for 1 month and then leave it on the receipt for 1 month, or you can just say it's $10 for paper towels. You mark it off and put $5. You're only charging $5 of your paper towels to CACFP because the other $5 is going into the bathroom. If it's not used for CACFP purposes, it's not allowable as an expense. If you're not sure if it's allowable or unallowable, it's not all inclusive, but we have somewhat of a list on page 92 in the manual. But if you're using it for CACFP, it is an allowable expense. This is what the expenditure reimbursement worksheet looks like. So as you can see here, this is for the month of October. They listed here at the top, you have to list every receipt that you have for food and milk, and that's what they did here at the top. They are charging off labor. So you see the cook, 2 teachers that help out, and then they have a director, and they have the cook on here twice and these teachers twice. Some of the stuff you can talk to your consultant about the way you're doing it, but the reason they are on here twice is because they get paid twice a month. And we look at pay stubs. We have to validate it. So the reason why this form is so important is because they're telling us here in October that they spent $564.09 on food and milk. They spent $41.66 on food-related supplies. They charge off their cook's salary. So their cook works 7 hours at $8 an hour, and she works 7 days in that pay period. And then their teachers helped out for 2 hours a day at $9 an hour for 7 days during that pay period. The director has admin costs. So admin is the person that does gets all your paperwork together, fills out the claim, does the expenditure reimbursement worksheet. They do the administrative side. So she's saying she spends about an hour a day doing admin work for CACFP. And then down here at the bottom, you're not going to see this very often, but this is non-program meals. What this is let's just say, I know it's October. Let's say they had a Halloween party and they had lunch. They invited the parents to come. They have to charge the parents for the food, and they did. And so they had 15 adults that came, and this is the income that they charged them. So what this does here is this tells us you calculate, you add all this up except for any of the income, and it's income only for CACFP. And a lot of you are not going to have any income for CACFP. You have our reimbursement, but we're talking income other than our reimbursement. So for this month, they spent $2,737.40 on CACFP. That's what they spent their money on. In number 15, they listed how much they got in reimbursement from us in October, and their reimbursement was $856.26. That means their operating balance is $1,881.14. The reason this stuff is so important is because we talked about this morning how you had to be financially viable. As an organization as a whole, you have to be for profit. You have to be able to run your organization without our funds. On the flip side of that, you have to be what we call a nonprofit food service account. What that means is all the money that we give you in reimbursement, you have to spend it back into CACFP. You cannot make money on the federal government. Everything we give you plus has to be spent back onto the program. Schools understand this term. We have what's called a 3-month operating balance. You are allowed to save a little bit every month, but you can't make money. It's only to help you in case you need to make a purchase later on down the road. So an example of this, which you saw what we just talked about, but another example is, say we give you about $1,000 a month in reimbursement, you should be spending at least $1,000 and more on food, service, on food, labor, supplies, and items like that. Now, again, we understand that maybe 1 month you can have a little bit of what we call a carryover. But some months let's just say that you spent $800, but we gave you $1,000 reimbursement. It's probably not going to flag anything. But let's say it was $600 and we gave you $1,000 in reimbursement. What we're going to do is ask to see all of your expenditure worksheets back to October, because again, you can have what's called a 3-month operating balance. You have time where you could have spent that money. We were talking to some daycares doing these trainings, and we've had a lot of people, because they can't get plasticware or they can't get paper plates, that they bought plates. They bought reusable plates because they can't find plates due to COVID. So that was a CACFP expense. So the month that you bought that, they put that on the receipt. Maybe your microwave goes out. If your microwave goes out and you use it for CACFP, you can put that on your expenditure worksheet. But again, those items has to also be in your budget. You can't charge it off unless it's in your budget. That's why we're saying you can constantly make changes. You did not know your microwave was going to go out. You did not know you were going to buy small equipment. You can go back in and be like, oh, I bought a microwave for $350. I'm going to put that in my budget. Okay. As long as it's in your budget, you can charge it off. So again, on your reimbursement worksheet, you can put a lot. We want you to see a lot of it go into food and milk. And a lot of you do spend it all on food and milk. But you can also put labor on there. You can put your operating labor, which is your food service labor, your cook, any of those helping serve the food. And then again, it must be approved in the budget. You cannot charge off more than what is in your budget. And if you're doing labor, you cannot charge off more than what they're getting paid. Now, what you can do is, say you have a cook and they make $8 an hour, but you may give them a raise of $12 an hour through that year. You can say in there that they get paid $12 an hour, even though you're really paying them $8, as long as you're not going over the amount in your budget. What you cannot do is, and I've had this happen because we verify it with pay stubs. I was at a center and they charged off $1,000 a month for their cook, which sounded very reasonable. And when I asked to verify it by the pay stub, when I pulled the pay stub, this employee was only making $1,200 a year. You cannot charge off more than what they're making. That means they could only charge off $200 a month. If you're not paying yourself, if you're an owner and like, I don't pay myself, then you cannot charge off anything. If you're not getting a paycheck, you cannot charge it off. If you're receiving $0 in a paycheck, you cannot charge anything off to you because you're not receiving any funds. You also cannot pay labor with cash, Venmo, or Cash App. We have to see that taxes were paid. Okay. And again, finances, and we'll take a break right after I talk about this section. Finances, again, we will look at all bank or credit card statements of accounts where purchases of CACFP were used for CACFP, like your labor payments. And again, any place where you deposited, got your reimbursement, transferred CACFP funds, or spent CACFP funds. So to validate your receipts, to validate your labor payments, we do look at your credit card and bank statements. Now, if you have multiple sites, you have to have an expenditure worksheet per each site. If you're multi-sited, we have to have one per site. If you have multiple sites, even though say you have 4 daycare centers and they each have their own agreement center, they each have to have their own expenditure worksheet. If you're multi-sited and say you're all under one agreement, you have 5 sites, we only review 10%. So we have to look at each site individually. If you are a daycare owner and you have 4 daycares and they all have their own agreement number, they all must have their own receipts. You cannot share receipts if each of your daycares have their own agreement number. If you're multi-sided, say you have your one agreement number, and when you go into your agreement, you can see your 5 sites. You have 5 sites that participate in your one application and agreement, you can share receipts. But if you have in our system a center, a center, a center, a center, and they each have their own application, their own where you go into claim, then they each have to have their own receipts. You cannot share receipts. So last about all this on this administrative side is people ask us a lot of times, what would cost us to get money taken back if we were to come out to do a review? We'll take back money if we come out and you have no records. We'll take back money if you have any family size and income application errors, and it happens. It's not the end of the world, but I'm just telling you what we would take back money for. So say you approved them for free, but they should have been reduced. And a lot of times if you have that error, it's going to be on a roster error because you put them in free and now they have to be reduced. If you claim more kids than what you have in attendance, if your meal counts are not properly maintained or there's incorrect numbers, and that's one thing we would say, use our interactive forms because we understand it's easy to get off on the calculations. Records or documentation does not support the claim. When we come out to do a review, we are validating that claim. All records need to be completed, even the expenditure worksheet. They have to be done when we come out to do a review. We are validating what you claimed. If you have food items as being served on the menu as served form, but the receipts, they're not on the receipts, we don't show that you have enough food because it's not on receipts or on inventory, like milk, we'll take back meals. If you reshare seats with other centers, this is a child program. You cannot claim adults. If your adults eat, you have to absorb the cost. They cannot be claimed. It's a child program only. If you are a for-profit daycare, you are required to have 25% of your enrolled children have to be either free and reduced based on the application or by Title 20, that's swiping in. If you have less than 25% of Title 20 or free and reduced kids at your site enrolled and you are for-profit, you cannot claim. If you are a nonprofit, you can claim. You don't have to have any kids that are free and reduced if you're a nonprofit. But if you are for-profit, at least 25, you have to be in an area or at least where 25% of your kids are eligible for free and reduced, or 25 of your kids are subsidy kids of your enrolled kids. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 10:42, let's say 10:42. Let's come back at 10:52 and we'll finish up in 40 minutes and we'll stop for lunch, but we'll go for other records. I will be here. I'll just kind of take off my camera and mute. I'll be here. I do have to use the restroom, but I will be here if you have any questions. But let's take a quick little break. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, come back at 10:52. And I'm going to just type that in case someone's wondering why it's quiet. (10:52). Again, I am going to use the restroom, but I will be back and then I will answer any questions. Okay, we'll get started back. We'll get lunch at 11:30. I can't remember where we're at on pace wise, but we'll figure it out. It's only like my 5th one to do. I can't remember. It all runs together. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get back and get started. And we'll finish this part up. And then usually when we come back from lunch, it's mostly about the meal patterns and that kind of section of it. That's kind of one reason why we do split it up. Again, it's just nice to have 2 definitive trainings so that way you can have people that you want instead of sitting through a whole day of training in other months. But again, if you're wanting your application approved, you do have to come to a full day training. Even if we broke it up, you would have to go to both. So anyway, we will go ahead and get back. So let's talk about other records. That starts on page 57. I'm gonna I'm cold all the time, so I'm gonna turn my heater on. Okay, let's talk about other records. So if you are not new and you do keep forms that we don't have, like we give forms, we have forms in our resource library, we have forms, interactive forms, and we have forms in the training manual. I just like to have my book. If you are using a different form that's in this book, in the resource library, then you need to get approval from your consultant before you can use that form. A lot of you do use your own forms, and a lot of you have forms that are better than our forms. It's just we have ran into a few instances where people were using forms and they weren't very good forms. And so because they didn't get approval, we had to take back funds. So have your consultant look at it first and approve it before you use it. Like I said, we don't like taking back money. We don't like doing that kind of stuff. And so, hold on, sorry. We don't like doing that. So we want to make sure that you're doing things on the right track. So when we do come in, we don't have to take anything back. So building for the future, it is required on CACFP that you have to fill out a building for the future. This does have to be distributed every year to families, to parents. If you are multi-sided, you're required to send us a copy in. I don't know why multi-sided, but that's the only one that's required to send us a copy in. You do this box at the bottom, you do have to fill this box out with your center information or your entity information. Our suggestion is you can print this on the back of either the enrollment form if you're a Head Start, or you can print it on the back of the application enrollment form. And that way we know that you gave it to parents, even though they're giving it to you back, and you save paper. So that's a suggestion that you can do. But every year you do need to give this to your parents. It just lets them know that you're on the I know that they know you're on the program because they fill out the application, but this just tells them what program you are on. WIC, you are required to have WIC information. So like a WIC brochure. We have a number in the manual that you can call to get more WIC brochures if you run out. I was talking about it on the last training, and some people were like, they've had a hard time getting WIC brochures. I had a consultant send me this. WIC, you can go on to WIC, and it's a WIC e-brochure. But you do have to have WIC brochures available for parents. They do this because USDA administers WIC and our program, and they just want to make sure people have access and know about all of our programs. So again, if you run out of brochures, you can go print out this e-WIC brochure, but you do need to have some brochures someplace available or on your bulletin board or someplace. Something that is new for this fiscal year, so starting in October, so if you missed the training, you need to make sure you need to do something about this. Inventory is now required for all unopened items that you have on hand at the end of the month. Now, I know we have some school districts on here, and I know the school district that is on here, and they do have a daycare at their school, so they do 2 things. So we'll talk about both of that. But if you're a school district and you're doing, say, at risk, you can do what you've always done. But if you're the school that does that and has a actual daycare at your school district, then you get contract meals. So if you get your meals contracted from a school district, like every day they bring you the fresh food, you just serve it out and they give you a meal delivery receipt, you don't have to have inventory because you're getting your food daily. But this is for those of you that are self-op, that you buy your own food and make your own food. You have to do it every month, and your receipt should reflect those purchases. So this is a copy of the inventory that we have in the manual. We have it also in interactive forms. There is another inventory in there. There's one that looks like this, and then there is one that we have some people that like to cost out so they know how much they're spending. And if you do the one that's per cost, which a lot of schools do that, it has one for each, like meat, it has one for grain, for vegetable, and for fruit. It has its own separate tabs. But if you use the one that looks like this, it looks like this in Excel. It is 2 pages, it's front and back. We have a meat section, a grain, a fruit, and a vegetable. And then on the back, you have milk and formula and infant food. If you don't have infants, don't worry about it. We also have a section for condiments or extra foods. And then we have one for CACFP related supplies. Now, the last 2 are optional, but it is required for foods that you serve on part of the reimbursable meal. The reason we started requiring this is because we had a lot of issues of people not serving enough food based on receipts. So we wanted to see what they had in inventory, because if you weren't keeping inventory, we can't go back and look at previous receipts. So you only have to do it on the items that are unopened at the end of the month. So if you've opened a box of cereal, you don't put it on here. It's only for things that are unopened. Because it can get to be a lot if you did every single thing in your pantry. Now, I will state, I've had some people tell me that they have a different system, that they do what we call a perpetual inventory, where they do keep track of every single thing that they have at all times because their kitchen is so small. If you are doing something different, just contact your consultant, because what you're doing, like there are processes like this form will work for most, it doesn't work for all. So if you have something better, just talk to your consultant about it. And I'm sure you can just keep doing what you've been doing because it works best for your center. You already have something in place that you use. But inventory is now required. Okay, so we have some new forms that we did add to this manual this year. We just want to make you aware. So we have inventory. That's a new form in here. The meal count worksheet, the one for infants and one for children, it's in here. The meal service change form. So after your application has been approved and you need to change something about your meal service times, anything like that, we have a form. If you need to revise your claim, we have a claim revision form. And again, we talked about the review of notification letter. It is in here. And we also added something new to our forms. We added to all of our required forms, there is a spot, and we highlighted it, that says form completed by. It doesn't have to be a signature. You can just print it, and like on our forms that are interactive, you can type it, but we have to know who's in charge or who did that form. And the reason being is because we would go out to do a review, and we may have a center and they have 4 people working on forms or working on things. And if we have a question, we needed to know who to go and talk to, who to ask the question to. So again, it does not have to be a signature. It just can be printed, but we just need to know who completed that form. So if we have questions, we know who to go talk to. So claims. After 60 days, a claim cannot be paid. Payment notices should be kept on file. They are in your claim section. After you get paid, you go down to your claims, scroll down to print payment notice, and you can print that. If you need to revise a claim, you fill out the form and send it to the office. We also have a monthly record keeping checklist. So that lets you know what all records that you need that need to be completed by the end of that month, that you need to have on hand for a review. So now let's talk about training and civil rights. We've kind of lumped these two together. As an institution, you are required to have a trainer, someone that trains your staff on CACFP. The trainer must conduct training every year. You need to document the date, the agenda, and the topics. There are 7 required topics. You need to keep a sign-in sheet, and the trainings all have to be done by September 30th. Now, you can do them all at one time. You can break them up and do them on different days. You can do them one-on-one. You can do them as a group. You can choose however you want to do it. But the topics are CACFP meal patterns, reimbursement system, accurate meal counts, claim submission, claim review process, record keeping, and civil rights. Civil rights is required for everyone. Everybody that helps with CACFP has to do civil rights. If your teachers help serve, they need civil rights training. You may want to do like claim submission. Maybe you're the director and you have an assistant director that's your backup. Maybe you're only talking about claim submission with that one person, and that's fine. But everybody does need civil rights, and you may want to do CACFP meal patterns and record keeping for everyone. That's your choice. But these topics, someone at your center has to be trained on these topics every single year. And again, it can be conference style, one-on-one. If you're large and you're a national, I've only seen this with national, like daycares that have national, you can do self-paced curriculum. We do self-paced. We have a self-paced trainings that you can do. But the only way you're allowed to do it if it has a pre-test and a post-test. So again, we have a lot of changes for this year. We have required training now. When is training required? Well, if you are new and you're trying to come on to CACFP, a new daycare, you have to attend training. If you were SD or seriously deficient in your review, you have 60 days from the exit conference to attend training. If you do not attend training within 60 days, that's why we do CACFP training every month. If you do not complete the training required that your consultant will tell you that you need to have, you will be terminated. It is required part of being SD. It's required. And if you want to have your application renewed, then you will also have to attend training. Again, we mentioned how you have to go to the training calendar to, if you attend any Zoom or in-person training, you have to be registered in the training calendar to receive credit. Again, once you log in, you can see the training calendar right here. That's where you click. We want to work on the training calendar. I don't like it. I don't like how it's set up. None of us do. It's inching along for what we need it to do for right now, but we're trying to get it changed. We offer live trainings every month. We do meal patterns, infant, multi-sided, at-risk, application training, orientation training. I alone do 5 trainings. Cassie does 2 at least. And we're wanting to add another one in like January, February timeframe just on financials. So we have added tons of training that we literally do every month. And we've been doing this for over a year. We also have self-paced trainings in OSDE Connect. Right now, some of them have a quiz at the end. The quiz will be going away with the way our new OSD. It was OK Edge. When they change it to OSDE Connect, there will no longer be a quiz. Some do still have quizzes, but until we get it changed over to the FY22, they are self-paced. They are trainings from a previous. And at the very end, like that's where you get to do civil rights. Once you finish it, it will give you a certificate. When you do trainings like that, there's 2 things you can do. If say you can have everybody do it individually, get a username and login, go in there. We have step-by-step instructions. Those step-by-step instructions are in the resource library under trainings and workshops. And then say you do you do civil rights so they can each do it by themselves, or you can have everybody watch it together and it will give a certificate to the person who's logged in, but then you can do a sign-in sheet for everybody else who's participating. So it's self-paced. It can take you as long as you need to finish it. If you need additional trainings, team nutrition, these are all with USDA. They have a webinar on the third Thursday of every month. We also have what's called the Institute of Child Nutrition. They handle every child nutrition program that we have. They cover any topic you can think of. I just got an email yesterday, 3 days ago. I may email out to everybody of what they're offering right now. They have tons of trainings. Anything you can think of, they have it. Financials, food buying guide. They have one on basic math on how to do meal patterns. So, and using math and conversions. You can go out there and you will get a certificate for doing those trainings. They are also self-paced. Again, all staff must be trained on civil rights. If they have not, then self-paced training is available in OSDE Connect. And again, the instructions are in the resource library under training and workshop section. Civil rights, non-discrimination. If you send your menus out of your center or your facility, you do need to have the non-discrimination statement on all materials. If it's CACFP related, which would be your menus, if it's leaving your center, it has to have the non-discrimination statement on it. If it's not leaving your center, it doesn't, but we maybe say post it next to say the Injustice for All poster, which you also have to have, and it does need to be in a visible location. You must have civil rights. If anybody has a civil rights complaint on CACFP, you have to have procedures for filing a complaint. You have that. It is in this manual and it's in the resource library. I meant to put that. It's in the resource library in the manual. And then civil rights complaints, they can only be on race, color, national origin, sex, age, and disability. If you do need a new poster, I would go ahead and contact your consultant because we did give them all some. So contact them to see if they have one. And then the non-discrimination statement, this is part of it. It's also in your manual. You can copy and paste it. Again, there's a PDF version in the resource library, this manual. This is the second half of the statement. It is rather lengthy, but again, if you are sending your menus out of your center, your parents take them home, or if you post your menu on your website. If you post your menu on your website that's available to the public, you do need to have the non-discrimination statement on, and you can shrink it down as small as you need it, but you do have to have the non-discrimination statement on there. This is the poster. It's 11 by 17. And again, if you don't think you have one, if you are new and you're not on the program yet, we will bring you one. But if you do need one, contact your consultant first. Like I said, we just gave them some at staff meetings, so they may have one and can deliver one to you. Now, this is something kind of new, and we're still waiting on guidance from USDA, but it's no longer allowable to report a child's race based on visual observation. Reasons being because they can be multiracial. Now, in your application and agreement, you do tell us civil rights information. What we would really like for them to do is for a parent to fill that out on the application agreement. There's that section in part 1. It's not required, but we would like a parent to self-identify. If you are and I need to talk to Cassie about this, but she created an enrollment form. So like for our Head Starts, she created an enrollment form. Since you don't do applications, you may already be getting ethnic and racial information on something else, and that's fine, as long as you have a way of getting it. If you don't, I need to talk to Cassie about, she has an enrollment form that she made for another organization that did have information on there for ethnic and racial. But again, we just are not allowed to really do a visual observation. Cassie has a good example. Her son is part Asian, but if you saw him, he's blue-eyed, blonde hair. You would never guess. So kids are multiracial. So that's why we should not visually observe. I have a friend also especially in the summer, she was a lifeguard and got really dark and she looked African-American, but she was Indian. So you never know based on somebody's look what their actual ethnic race or what their race is. So they no longer want us to visually report that. So let's talk about procurement. I'm not going to go long on procurement. You guys all should have, we've been doing procurement long enough that you have all, unless you're brand new to where you all have been reviewed on procurement, or it was a part of your administrative review. This is in part 91 here, and we also have a procurement section in the resource library, and I just made a few changes to it just this week. What is required is we are giving you federal dollars, and this is not just for CAC, this is anybody who receives federal dollars. My mom works for DOT. She works for the FAA, Department of Transportation, federal, and they have to follow the same procurement procedures. So if you receive any federal dollars, we all have to follow code CFR code 200. It's a toll procurement financial code for all federal entities. So when you receive federal dollars, it's just they want to make sure that all purchase transactions have full and open competition. They just want to make sure you're being good stewards of the money, you're spending it wisely. You're also required to have written procedures for procurement transactions, and we call that a procurement plan. We have a procurement plan prototype in the manual. It's for a small one for a small daycare. If you're a large entity like a school district, use the school district's one. I actually just put, if you're a large entity, I put a large formal one in there that we do use for our, if you're spending over $250,000 with a vendor or with a store, you need to do formal procurement. And that's when you need the big procurement plan. We call it formal procurement plan. Your procurement plan must have methods of procurement, which is in ours. It has to have minority firms, women's business, enterprise, and labor surplus areas. That is in our procurement plan, and it must also have a code of conduct. Those are all in our procurement plan. The chart of procedures is also required. In the small, when it says procurement plan for CACFP, that's our small one. The chart of procedures is a separate document. If you print out the large one, the one for formal, it's a 14-page document, and I believe it's in there. The small one for small centers, that one is, I think, 3 pages. The chart of procedures, if you don't know how to fill it out, use the example in the book. It basically says, like food, or let's say it'll say milk, and it will say, how do you procure it? What method are you using? And it's going to be probably informal, micro, or small purchase. And it's also, it will ask you how often you go out on bid. Yes, the PowerPoint's going to stay up until December. So once in December, we're going to change to the 2 separate, and then I'll take the big PowerPoint down and put the 2 separate PowerPoints, but they're essentially the same thing. They're just broken up. But yes, the PowerPoint is still going to be available until December. You can go out there and print them off or save it. It's a PDF. You can just save it to your computer if you want to save it. So yes, they will still be available. So I'm just going to kind of break it down and tell you what it is. People look at the dollar amount and sometimes they think, yes, that's what I'm doing. When we talk about procurement, it's how you're procuring. A lot of our small centers procure either micro purchasing or small purchase. What micro purchasing is that you are buying all of your stuff for CACFP from multiple sources. So you're buying your milk from Highland, you're buying your food from Walmart, you're buying your food from Crest, you buy your paper from Staples, you buy some of your supplies from Amazon, you buy some supplies from Restaurant Depot. You're buying all of your CACFP stuff from multiple vendors and you're spreading the wealth. You don't check prices, but the prices are reasonable. And yes, the transactions have to be under $10,000. If your transactions are over that, then you are required to do small purchase. But to be honest with you, most of you are doing small purchase. Small purchase, it is if you're spending under $250,000 per bid, per store, per vendor. But a lot of you are checking prices. You have to check prices. So if you can tell me that milk at Brahms is $3.50 and milk at Walmart is $3.75, you just did small purchase. That's small purchase is you just check prices, but you don't have to buy from the lowest price, but you have to just tell us why you didn't. Now, if you use a vendor, you need to do small purchase if you use a vendor, because you can't go to a store and check prices. So what small purchase is if you're using a vendor, you send out what we call specifications. It's your grocery list and you send it to at least 2 vendors. Now, they don't have to respond to you, but you have to send it out to 2 to meet requirements. And they just give you back a listing of their prices. Now, we have some people, like I told you, I had one person that they only shop at Walmart and do grocery pickup. And that's wise because they can do grocery pickup. If you're only buying from one source or even 2 sources, you have to check prices. Now, this lady, what I told her to do is just go to, say, Crest and walk around once a year and be like, just get some prices on a couple of items like that she purchases from Walmart and just get prices, just write it down on a piece of paper. And then she can look and be like, yeah, prices at Crest are overall cheaper, but I do Walmart because they do grocery pickup and it saves me time and money. No, if you just do a vendor in Walmart, that is not micro purchasing. That's only 2 sources. You need to buy from multiple sources. Multiple is more than 2. And are you checking prices? Is that why you buy some things from Walmart and some things from a vendor, is because of the prices? That would be small purchase. But micro purchasing is you're buying all of your CAC from more than 2, from at least 3 or 4 places. And you don't check prices. That's why I say, okay, so that would be then it would be micro purchasing. It can be, yes. But if you are checking prices, if the reason that you buy your milk, say from Brahms, is because it's cheaper, then that could be a micro purchase. And I don't know if you guys knew this. I don't watch a lot of TV. I do a lot of DVR and Netflix. But did you guys know that Brahms now does grocery pickup? They have an app, and apparently they now do grocery pickup. So I heard that's something new that they do, in case anybody's interested. And then formal procurement, I don't talk a lot about. I don't have a lot of people that do it. If you do, you can contact me directly. There's a lot of people that if they do it, it's because they're a part of a big organization and they already know how to do it. But formal procurement is if you spend over $250,000 per year, per contract, per store. And if you do that, just reach out to me and I can talk to you about it, because you do have to have an advertisement in a paper. You have to have a contract, either a sealed bid or request for proposal. And you do need our big procurement plan. So I have a few that do it, but again, a lot of you are such a big entity. Someone does the purchasing for you on that kind of case, and you guys actually know what you're doing. It's mostly our school districts that have a bigger issue with the formal procurement. So I do know we have an entity on that does this, so I am going to talk about it. This is when you contract for other services and food service. Again, when you contract for a service, like say you have an accounting firm that you use for CACFP, if you're paying them with CACFP dollars, you have to have a contract and send it to us for us to approve it. It just lets us know what you're spending your CACFP dollars on. Like, yes, they're helping me make sure I'm financially viable. Stuff like that. But if you have a services contract, any contract for services, and that you're paying with CACFP funds for, we have to approve the contract, and then you can go out on bid. Okay, you write the contract, we go out, then you can go out on bid. The institution always has final administrative and financial responsibilities. Now, we're going to talk about contracting for food service. And I know for sure I have one person on here that does contract for food. What that means is that every day, it's most common that people do furnish with a school district or with a tech center or some people do have a vendor. And what it means is every day they are delivering food, and it's usually always hot and cooked and ready to go. And all they do is serve it out. And they give them what we call a contract delivery receipt, showing what food they brought, how much they brought, and how to serve it out. That's what we talk about with contracting for food service. So how it works is if you contract with the school district has the production records, or what we call a menu serve form. But we do have vendors, and they don't have to keep those at a school because they're on the school. They're also on child nutrition. We can go look at those. If you're with a vendor, then we just don't go out and look at that. It's not. They don't have to keep it. A vendor doesn't. But what happens is every day the school or vendor delivers meals, and then they also give a contract meal delivery receipt. That is a form that the center has to keep on file to show what foods were served, and how much they served, and what was delivered. So again, that is that center's menu serve form to show us what was served. At the end of the month, that vendor or that school district is going to charge CACFP. They're going to bill them for the meals that they delivered. And then the CACFP, they're going to pay that bill, and then they're going to turn around and claim reimbursement with us. Now, claims, when they deliver meals to you, this is very common, is let's just say you're licensed for 25. Or let's say you're licensed for 25 and you have 25 kids enrolled. And every day they bring you 25 breakfasts. And then you have 18 kids that show up. Like I have a center that they contract with the school district, and every day they bring them 25 breakfasts. And then they tell them by 9 o'clock, tell us how many kids you have for lunch, and we'll deliver that many meals for lunch. Well, what's going to happen is that school district is going to bill you for 25 breakfasts for that day, even though only 18 kids came. They delivered 25 meals. They're going to charge you for 25 meals. But you're only allowed to claim the number of meals that were children that ate, and that was 18. Okay? This is a copy of the meal delivery receipt form. This has to be filled out. It has to be signed by the school or the vendor every day from where it comes from. And then it has to be signed by the person at the daycare to show that everything that was delivered correctly. Now, I will tell you, I've had some people that use a contract meal delivery receipt and say it's a small entity and they have a refrigerator. And let's say that the vendor gives them milk twice a week, say Monday and Wednesday, they provide milk. So what it's going to look like is Monday at breakfast, they gave them 3 gallons of milk, and then no milk at lunch, no milk Tuesday for breakfast, no milk Tuesday for lunch, and then there's milk again Wednesday. It's going to look like you're missing milk. What I would do is if that is you, because there's a lot that do that, if they state that they gave you 3 gallons of milk, you put over here how much you use for that day, and make a note over here that this milk, like the 3 gallons given, will go for Monday, all day meals, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And the meals that milk is not listed here, you need to list how much milk was given. Because I've had some people that do that. They have a fridge and they can keep milk, so they will keep the milk. They'll give it to them in bulk. But if it's not on the meal delivery receipt, it looks like you didn't receive any. So it looks like you were missing a component. So just make sure you write down that, yes, we received milk Monday. We're still on that gallon that we're using. This all has to be filled out. If there's a recipe for something, we do have to have a copy of the recipe. And if there's anything with a C and label, we have to have a copy of the C and label. So again, if you're with a school district, they can give that to you. If you're with a vendor, I would request, and in the furnished agreement form, I would request that you get copies of all the receipts and all the recipes and the C and labels up front when they send it to you. So that way you have it on file for when there's a review. And just so people are aware, if you do contract with a school district is required to charge a certain amount. They don't have a choice. If they don't charge this, then they get in trouble from us. They're required to charge the free rate at breakfast, lunch, and snack, and an additional 7 cents for an initiative. So you may be getting reimbursed like a different way because you have kids that are free, reduced, and paid, but they're required all meals they give you or not eligible, all meals they give you have to be charged at, they have to charge you at the free rate. If you also contract with a school district that you do need to get a contract on their fiscal year, not your fiscal year. So our fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. But if you contract with a school district, you need to get a new school district contract July 1st to June 30th when the school district is in session. And we did it. It's 11:27. So we will start meal patterns after lunch. We're going to take a 1 hour lunch. So we're going to come back at 12:30. I'm going to play some jazz music or some kind of music just so that you know that we're here, but we're going to take a lunch break. I do this also. We keep track of time on our end. So the person that pulls all the Zoom information, they know how long you've been on here, and they take off the 60 minutes for lunch. They take off the 10 minutes for break. So they know to back that out. So if you do want to get off and log back in, you can do so. We will take that. Mine will stay on. I will put music on so you know that we're here, but we're going to take a lunch break from 11:30 to 12:30. I will be here somewhat to answer questions. So if you have any questions during lunch, you can ask, but I'll go ahead and put some music on, and you guys have a great lunch, and I will see you guys afterwards.
on my question earlier, on the, so I'll see applications where there's like 4 family members and it'll be the dad with income, but he checks the no income box and then his income will be listed at the bottom and none of the other family members, the income will be checked. But do we then assume like, okay, they must have checked dad on air and because they did list income. So if they didn't check it for the rest of the family members, do we assume that they're the ones that in fact don't have income?
Yeah, you can do that. And you may just even ask them, you're like, hey, I think you're the one with income, they don't. And if you just ask them, then you can make a note next to it and say, dad has income and then the rest don't. Talk to dad. Does that make sense?
Okay, but you said
that does happen. Yeah, they get a little confused, which I understand why.
Yeah. Okay. I just didn't know like when it was safe to assume or when we had to call and find out.
No, I mean, if you can just ask him, but I bet you're assuming because you probably know he has the job, he's the one paying. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, I would just to be safe, just be like, talk to dad or whoever picks up the kids. Be like, I just want to make sure I got this right. They don't have income. Dad's the one with the income.
Okay, yeah, because I'm over at like an office and we get these applications from the school. So most times, like, I don't know, like just by looking at it, I can't tell if they just they just did the opposite because they were confused because I don't know that family or anything like that.
Yeah. In that case, like I said, I would probably just contact them and just be like, hey, I'm just looking at this. It looks a little confused, and then you can rotate it or have whoever's there just ask him real quick. And then he can make the change if he wants to, but that way you just have that that we do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Let me turn my sound up so we can get started back so I can get you guys done. So this is the mill pattern part that we're going to be going over, the mill pattern requirements. So really, again, like I mentioned, the morning session was more over like the administrative side. And this section goes over the mill patterns and the cooking. We're also talking about multi-sided and infants. So I'll go ahead and ask now, just so I already know that I have a multi-sided, but I'm just curious to know if I do have any other multi-sided. And I figure because of the number that I have on today, I'm pretty sure I have some that have infants on. So I just make sure I cover. So I will tell you, for those that are not multi-sided, give me just 1 second. Lost my train of thought. When I talk about multi-sided, so I do have several that are multi-sided and lots that have infants. So if you don't have infants, you'll be able to take like a 5-10 minute break. And for those of you that are not multi-sided, again, you can have like a 5-minute break when we get to that section. So I got a question about the recording. This is recorded and I can send it to you directly. It's just only for those who are on today can have the recording. We just don't make this public. I mean, it's just because we have our OSD Connect and people, when they want credit for training. And so all of those are in OSD Connect, but any of those that are here at the training, if you just remind me, I have to get it converted over to, let me send one quick text. It's work related. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, I apologize for that. Crazy stuff. But I will get you out of here surely by 3. So yeah, just let me know if you can email me. I'll put my email address in the chat. Just send me a message and I can send it to you directly. Again, it will probably be tomorrow. And the reason why is, like I said, after the recording, this takes a while. And that's why I have to, in the middle is play non-copyrighted music in the middle. And it will take a while for this to get converted over because we have to put closed captioning on it. So it's just part of what we have to do if we send anything out. But it will probably be tomorrow. But if you are wanting the recording, just let me know and I can send it to you. I have no problem. It's just, like I said, you're getting training for being here. But if anybody else wants to watch it, which is fine, they just won't get credit. Okay. Let's get going with meal patterns. I have all my crazy books around me. This is mostly where the handouts are going to come into play. And let me go ahead and get my handouts out just because I should have done that. That's the one thing I did not do. So that way I can show you some of the handouts that you have. All of these, again, should have been emailed to you. They're also, again, in the CACFP handouts. And I'll have you, if you can, send me an actual email. When this chat is over, I send this chat to somebody else. So if you can send me an actual email saying, hey, can you send me the recording at that email address? That'd be fantastic. And because after this, I send everything to somebody else and she goes through all the chat and stuff, but we won't remember what the emails are about. So if you want to send me an email and then in that email say, can you send me that would be fantastic. Okay, let me get my handouts here. Training manual. Because I tell you what, from day to day, it seems like everything changes. One thing that you did get in your handout that I want to show you right now is if you did not know how to sign up in the training calendar, it's the instructions. Also, something that we put in the resource library just recently, because we had a lot of questions, is people were asking, how do I get my certificate off of OSDE Connect for like civil rights and stuff? And if they did any trainings on OSDE Connect, how do I get that? And then how do you go back into the system to figure out if you took the training? Like, how do you go back to the business maintenance page? We put instructions and it's in training under the section training and slides or training and workshops. And it says how to get your certificate from OSDE Connect and how to see if you've attended training. We also have this handout. It also, again, tells you have until 9 o'clock of the day of the courses. Before, you can always register, but you have up until 9 o'clock the day of the training. Instructions on how to go sign up. And it needs to be the person who signed in, because we take the information when you logged into Zoom versus the names in the training calendar. That's the only thing that we have. There's two ways, a 1-minute video, or you can do literally these 6 steps to go register. And then these are changes for this year. We have CACFP, how we broke up the manual. We also sent you other manuals. We sent you, which I'll be talking about, is this book, the CACFP crediting information. Feeding infants. If you have infants, if you're at risk, we sent you an at-risk manual. And if you're a sponsor, we sent you a 35-page sponsor section. And then these are also changes that we've talked about in today's, and I'll talk about sponsors later. Sponsors is if you're multi-sided. And again, this is some of the changes to the forms that we had. So that is a handout in your packet. And I don't think there's really anything else yet we have to talk about, but I will be going over. You do have the meal patterns. So if you do want to print that out, they're in the manual, but we gave you like the 3 pages of the infant handout of the infant meal patterns and that of the infant and child handouts. So this is where most of your handouts will be in this section. So meal patterns, again, you must follow meal patterns for each meal service. So again, there's different meal patterns for breakfast, lunch, snack, supper, and lunch are the same. There are 5 components in the CACFP meal patterns, which we'll talk about, and we're going to go in more detail about each component. You must offer the minimum. Like, you can serve more, but you cannot serve less than the minimum. If you serve less, we may take back meals. And again, someone has to do annual training over meal patterns. And again, it could be to a group or it can just be one-on-one. But meal patterns is one of the required topics when it does come to training on what you need to do at your designated center or location. So we're going to go over infants, but we're going to talk about infants later, a little bit later on. It's going to be a little bit by itself. Right now, we're going to start the 1 to 2 year olds, 3 to 5 year olds, 6 to 12 year olds. And then today we're not going to talk about it, but is at risk. We have an at risk. I won't talk about the serving sizes necessarily for at risk. The at-risk program is for school age, which yes, you can have school age from 6 to 12, but we have a lot of school districts on at risk. And so they service a lot of kids that are up to 18 years of age. So for those of you that do have infants, we do have a 1 month transition period. So what that means is when you're switching over from the infant meal pattern to the child meal pattern, it's a 30-day, a 1 month where you can still serve infants like baby food and formula and stuff before they go to the 1 year meal pattern. Now, as I will say this on repeat this entire last few hours, but what I'm about to go over with you and what I'm going over with you is the meal pattern for CACFP. If you have a child that's doing something different than what we discuss, or that needs something different than what we discussed, then in that case, you must have a doctor's note. If you have a doctor's note, you do whatever the doctor's note says. But if you do not have a doctor's note, then you have to do the CACFP guidelines. So I'll talk about that forever and ever and ever. I'll repeat myself probably 100 times saying like, unless you have a doctor's note, unless you have a doctor's note, you have to do what we're stating unless you have a doctor's note. So a lot of times you're going to have them already transitioned over at the 12 to 13 months. But again, I've been to some centers where there was premature babies and they were very behind developmentally. So it is very understandable that you may have an 18-month-old that's still eating baby food and having formula because of so in that case, again, we do have to have a doctor's note. If they're not doing what CACFP or what USDA wants, again, you have to have a doctor's note. So there's 3 components at breakfast. There's milk, vegetable, fruit, or both, and then a grain. And at breakfast, you are allowed to substitute the grain up to 3 times per week. So this is the meal patterns for breakfast. As you can see here, it's broken up in columns. So we have 1 to 2 year olds, 3 to 5, and 6 to 12. Again, you can always serve more, you just cannot serve less. So a suggestion is I've been to several centers where they'll have 2 and 3 year olds in the same room, and you can serve the 2 year olds one thing and the 3 year old something different, like serving size wise, but to be honest, it would be just much easier to serve those 2 year olds what the 3 year olds are eating because they do have to have a little bit more food. Make it easy on yourself. You can always give them more, you just cannot give them less. So if you have 2 and 3 year olds in the same room, you can give 2 and 3 year olds the same amount of food. So as you can see here, we have fluid milk for breakfast. They have to have 4 ounces, which is a half a cup, 6 ounces, or 8 ounces, depending on the age. Vegetable, fruit, or both, meaning you can give them just a fruit, you can give them just a vegetable, or you can give them a combination of both. But it does have to be 1/4 of a cup for the 1 to 2 year olds, 1/2 of a cup for the 3 to 5, and 1/2 of a cup for the 6 to 12. And then for a grain, they need a 1 ounce equivalent. And we're going to be going over 1 ounce equivalent. 1 ounce equivalent is a new terminology. It's not how you write down your grain. It's a new terminology, but it's also like, so the serving size has increased a tiny, tiny bit. So it went from 1 serving to 1 ounce equivalent. The serving size did go up. It went up very little where you're not going to notice it in most products. But I will tell you when you will notice it. We have been doing ounce equivalent training. It's really just a 30-minute training. We've been doing it once a month since May. And the one for November is next week, the 17th on Wednesday at 9 a.m. And the last one that we're doing is in December. It's also in OSDE Connect. So you can do that training in OSDE Connect too, if you would like to have that training. I did give you the handouts. We will be talking about it today. Like I said, that's a special 30-minute training. it's a terminology change. And yes, the serving size did increase, but very little. You're really going to notice it with one product, but it's not, everybody's like, oh, so now I have to write it ounces, and you don't have to write it. You can still write down like you served a pound of hamburger or a pound of bread, but it's a terminology. Instead of one serving, it's now called a 1 ounce equivalent. Schools have been doing this since 2012 when they changed their meal patterns. I'm just surprised they just didn't do it when they changed your meal patterns as well. And so they have to have a grain, and again, it's a 1 ounce equivalent. And then they have whole grain rich pasta and cereal, and it says how much. And then down here, when you serve cereal, which I'll talk about it more in components, make sure, I can't stress enough, that you're telling us what cereal you're serving, because flakes and rounds like corn flakes and Cheerios are different than, say, Kix, which is a puff cereal, and granola. That's a different serving amount. So make sure when you do write what cereal you serve, you have to state what cereal you actually did serve, the name of the cereal. Now at lunch, there's 5 components. There's milk, vegetable, fruit, grain, and meat alternate. All 5 components must be served for a reimbursable meal. You must serve all 5. Again, this is the requirements for the 1 to 2 year olds, 3 to 5, and 6 to 12. The milk is the same. The milk pretty much stays the same. They do have to have 1 ounce equivalent meat alternate. For the 1 to 2 year olds, 3 to 5 is 1.5, and it's 2, 4, 6 ounces. And then down here is just additional of how you serve these products if you're going to serve it. So if you want to serve yogurt, which is a meat alternate, it's telling you for the 1 to 2 year olds, you have to serve at least a half a cup. For the 3 to 5 year olds, 3/4 of a cup, and then 1 cup to the 6 to 12 to equal. So 1 cup would equal 2 ounces, or again, 8 ounces of yogurt. And then peanut butter is 2 tablespoons, 3 tablespoons, and 4 tablespoons. That is the same equivalence as the 1, 1.5, and 2 ounces. So that's what this means here. And then you have the vegetable, and the vegetable is 1/8, 1/4, and 1/2. And then fruit is also split up to 1/8 and then 1/4. And again, you have the grains, and the grain is listed just like it is in breakfast. Now at snack, you have to serve 2 out of 5 components. You get to pick which 2 out of the 5, but every day you have to pick 2, and you have to give them the full serving size. So you can do something like peanut butter, which is a meat and fruit, which you could do an apple. You could do a cheese stick, which would be a meat, and crackers, which would be a grain. You can do juice, which would be a fruit. And you could do, let's see, you cannot do a milk and a juice. You cannot have 2 beverages, but you can serve a juice. You can serve milk, and you can also serve water as long as the other components have met. So you could do, say, salsa and chips. So it'd be a grain and a vegetable, and then serve a water with that. But you have to serve 2 out of 5 for snack. They have to take it. I guess I'm thinking more of a schools about what they have to take. The snack meal pattern. Now, this is the milk did change a little bit. The 3 to 5 year olds, it goes down to 4. So it's usually 4, 6, and 8. But at snack, it stays at 4. If you want to be like me and just go 4, 6, 8, 4, 6, 8, you can keep it at 6. Again, you can always serve more. You cannot serve less. Now at snack, really the grain stays the same for every meal service. The meat alternate definitely lowers at snack, but we always tell people to definitely watch the vegetable and the fruit because it significantly increases at snack. So make sure that you're serving the correct amount, and make sure you're using the snack meal pattern and not the lunch when you serve a snack. And again, you can always serve more, you just cannot serve less. So we talked about the 5 components, which is milk, fruit, vegetable, meat, and grain. We're now going to talk about them in more depth for each of them. So with fluid milk for 1-year-olds, they are required to have white whole milk. The 2 to 5-year-olds have to have white, either fat-free or low fat. And if they're 6 and up, they can have fat-free or low-fat white milk, or they are allowed to have skim or fat-free flavored milk. And infants are not allowed milk. They're only allowed iron fortified formula or breast milk. So again, if you have any kids that are doing something different than what this states, maybe you have a child that's underweight and they're 5 years old and they're having to have whole milk, then you definitely need to get a doctor's note. So again, this is what the rules are. If you have a child doing something differently than this, then you have to have a doctor's note. So we have a 1 month transition period from infants, going from infant to going to the 1-year-old meal pattern. We also have a transition period from those that are 1 going to 2. So once they're 24 months, they have 30 days because it may be a big adjustment from them going to whole milk to either skim or low fat. So you can either mix it, or you can give them like say 2%, or you can continue to give them whole milk. But you do have a 1 month, a 30-day transition to give them, to get them from the whole milk to either the skim or the 1%. Breast milk. So breast milk is allowable. It's allowed for any age. The only thing is if you have a parent that brings expressed breast milk, which is expressed from the breast, they bring you breast milk, and they're after age 1, they have to have the required amount per the meal pattern. So let's just say the parent brings you enough for each meal service to give you 1/4 of a cup for a 1-year-old. Well, they are required to have a 1/2 cup of milk. So you would have to supplement that other 1/4 of a cup with the whole milk. Maybe they're 5-year-olds and having breast milk. Then in that case, again, they would have to have, if they're 5, they would have to have 6 ounces at breakfast and 6 ounces at lunch. So if they would need more than that, if the parent did not bring enough, you would have to supplement with either low fat or fat-free milk. Now, a parent is allowed to come and breastfeed. And if they do come in and breastfeed at any age, we don't know how much they're getting. So it's okay. Like, you just write down that the parent came and breastfed. But if they are giving it to you expressed, and you may want to put a note in that. I've had a couple questions about, we'll talk about milk substitutes. And I've had some questions about this, like, how do you have to write that down? I had one that she had several milk substitutes, and so she just put them all in a lump, like she served 40 ounces of substitute, and then she listed, like in the comment section, all the substitutes that she was doing. You can choose to do it however you want to, because she just had several children with several different substitutes. Now, it is so with everything I talked about, a doctor's note, you have to have a doctor's note, you have to have a doctor's note. The only one you do not have to have a doctor's note on is milk. And there's a reason for that, because a lot of times, let's say you have a child that's allergic to strawberries, and then you could give them an orange. Like, there's something to substitute a fruit with a fruit. When we talk about milk, we're talking about cow's milk. So it has to come from a cow. Cow's milk is whole milk, 1% milk. This is what counts on the program. Buttermilk. If you served buttermilk, it counts as long as it's in the right fat content. And lactose-free milk. Lactose-free milk does come from a cow. It just doesn't have lactose in it. So if you have any children that have a lactose intolerance, you can give them lactose-free milk, and that is still a cow's milk. Now, a milk substitution, a parent is allowed to request it. The center should be, it is at the cost of the institution. And these substitutions are an option. I have the same thing in here, and it is at the expense of the facility. So with the milk substitution, there is a form in the manual, and the parent has to fill that out, state a reason why. The only reason it cannot be is they don't like milk. It can be for religious reasons. We have some religions that don't drink cow's milk. It can be for dietary reasons, like an allergy. It could also be a lifestyle, as say there's kids that are vegan. If you're not familiar with what vegan is, so a vegetarian does not eat meat, but a vegan does not eat any animal byproducts. So that would be milk, cheese, eggs, they don't eat byproducts. So, and I have been to a school where they did have a vegan child, a young vegan child. So a parent can choose that because the milk substitute does have to meet the same nutrient requirements as milk. So I will tell you, there's not a whole lot on this list. There are two that I will tell you about that I'm aware of. They're both soy. So the only milk substitutes that meet these requirements, they're both soy. One is 8th continent, and it's like the number 8th continent. And the other one that we've seen is the Walmart soy brand. The first thing I would have you look at is the protein. It has to have at least 8 grams of protein. Silk does not have 8 grams. It has 7 the last I saw. We had someone ask us about an almond milk. If you think that you found something that might work, send a copy of us, send us the front so we know what the product is, and then send us the nutrition facts. This almond milk had 10 grams of protein, but when we looked at the potassium, it only had 300 milligrams. It has to meet these nutrients or greater. It can't have less. So that's why we've only found the 2, and they're both soy. There's actually a couple more. One you can get from a vendor. It's called Pearl, and there's another one, but you have to go to like Whole Foods to get it, and it's expensive. It's the same price as the ones that you get from Walmart, like the 8th Continent and the Walmart brand, but it's same price, but half the amount. So a lot of people just don't do that. So I just don't kind of talk about those. But now with the milk substitution, it has to meet these requirements. So if you have a child that they're like, my child has to have almond milk, then in that case, you have to have a doctor's note because there is no almond milk that meets the milk substitution requirements that a parent can fill out. So if a medical statement is required when a disability requires a non-dairy beverage that is not nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk, because those 2 I told you are nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk. So that's why a parent can request that. But so if you do get a doctor's note, you always do what the doctor's note states. So if the doctor's note states no milk, almond milk, then you can give them almond milk. We've seen it where it says no milk, silk. So if it says silk, you do whatever the doctor's note does state. So we get that question a lot. Even if it doesn't meet CACFP guidelines, you always do whatever that doctor's note says. And you have that documentation to back you up because we are not going to go against what a doctor has said. But if a parent, which I've had, a matter of fact, I did a training with DHS, and I had a DHS worker who's like, well, my kid has to have almond milk. And I'm like, well, if your kid's in daycare and they have to have almond milk, you have to have a note. So she was a little perplexed by that, but I'm like, that's the rule. So it's for everybody. It's because it's just not nutritionally equivalent to cow's milk. Again, a medical statement is required for any participant who cannot consume a certain food. It must be signed by a recognized medical authority. And when we talk about a recognized medical authority, we've had some where like a dentist sign it. A dentist is not really one that handles allergy issues. The reason that the dentist signed it because it was the kid's dad. It needs to be from an actual doctor diagnosis for the child. It really should be that. We would like it to include an alternate food. A lot of times it may not. It could just say no strawberries. So in that case, you would just not give the child strawberry. You could substitute with another fruit. You cannot claim a meal lacking a required component or quantity, again, unless you have a doctor's note that states otherwise. You can make some non-medical substitutions without documentation. Like, for instance, I said, no strawberries, but oranges. But I will be honest, if it were me, I would want that. You really need to get that doctor's note. We learned a lot with COVID. And one, you want to protect yourself and that you have the note of why you didn't give this to this child. And we even used to do it when we were at schools. We would go to schools at the time before the milk substitution was into play. And a lot of people would give kids juice instead of milk. And so we would ask the kid, we were kind of not sneaky, but we were just curious because sometimes they would say, my kid can't have milk. And then they would go and eat pudding. And so we'd be like, did you get pudding? And they're like, oh, no, I can't have that. And so we usually knew, of course, it was an allergy. But then you have some of the kids that, of course, no, I want pudding too, even though they couldn't have milk because of a milk allergy. But we also get the question of how often do you have to get a medical statement? And there really is we don't state you have to have it like every year and stuff. We would suggest maybe annually you may want to try and get it, but it's not required by any means. And the only reason I would say you might want to try it annually is because a lot of kids will grow out of allergies. So you may want to get it because maybe they grow out of it. But again, if you have a note on a child that's 3 years old, we're not going to say anything. It's all about the protection of the child. So, and what I was saying is the reason why with the medical statement, I would really get one is because with COVID, we've had a lot of people, in and out. And even as you guys know, staffing is an issue right now. And so you're having a lot of people in and out. And if, as long as you have that note, then people don't, they realize, okay, this kid can't have strawberries instead of being word of mouth. And then this kid accidentally gets something because there was no note on file. It's just because one person that was there knew about it. So even though it was a non-medical, we would really suggest, like, not life-threatening or anything, but we would really suggest that you get a doctor's note. So fluid milk, for the most part, it is, again, 4, 6, and 8. It does change at snack. But the significance of this slide is because a lot of people, when they're serving milk, now we have schools, we have some people that do half pints, which is fantastic, you're fine. But we have a lot of our daycares buy milk by the gallon or the half gallon. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but in CACFP, if you're short quantity, and with milk, if we come out and we take all your receipts, so we take a look at your meals, you have to have milk at breakfast. You're required to have milk at lunch. And then it's your choice if you serve milk at snack or not. If we come out to do at your center and we're looking at, this is part of the review, we look to see how much milk you buy for the month. So let's say you bought 30 gallons of milk. We take a look at all the meals that you serve that require milk, and then we look at any snack that you had milk, and we figure out if you have enough milk based on receipts. Let's say that you have 20 gallons that you bought, but I'm looking at your menu serve form and the kids that you claimed, and you needed 50 gallons of milk. If you're short milk, we take back every single meal that milk was served, because we cannot determine what meal was short and what meal was not short. So we take back every meal. That means we take back every breakfast and every lunch for that month and any snack that you served milk. There are a couple things that I see of why milk is short. 2 of the main ones is, 1, you're not buying the right cup size. If you have 6 and older children, do not buy the 8.5 ounce styrofoam cup. If you buy that cup, you have to fill it all the way to that very, very top brim, and you're not. You're filling it to that first brim. When you do that, it makes you short. So always make sure for those 6 and older, you're buying a larger cup, either the 9 ounce plastic or the 12 ounce styrofoam. The other thing that we see, and what's indicated on this slide, is people, which I get it, it's much faster to do it, is you take your dry measuring spoon or measuring cup and you pour your milk and dump, pour and dump, pour and dump. There is a reason why there's a dry and a liquid measurement. They measure differently. And we used to do a demonstration on this, and I maybe do one day. If you pour into a dry measuring cup and pour it in a cup and mark it, and then you take a liquid measuring cup and pour the same amount, like the 8 ounces in there, and pour it in, it is an ounce short. So if you serve 100 kids a day at your center and you're using a dry measurement every day, you're 100 ounces short on milk. So make sure you're buying, 1, the correct cup size, and 2, you're using the correct method for measuring. Do not use the dry. I've had some people that they buy the plastic cups, like the reusable plastic cups, and they mark them. For their 3 to 5 year olds, they mark the cup for the 1-year-olds, and they mark them for the 6 and up. So make sure you're serving enough. So now let's talk about the grain components. So this is what we were talking about, the serving size to the new ounce equivalent. So I gave you some handouts, and there's actually more handouts in the resource library, but we only gave you two. I think the two that you're going to use the most. One is calculating grains. I really don't think a lot of you are going to calculate grains a lot, but we do have this in here, and it's also in the resource library. It's how to do quick math to make sure you're serving enough. It tells you, it tells you what to do. It gives you step by step. It's very easy. You look at your nutrition facts label on the item that you're serving. There's literally like a step right here. You enter the grams and the number of items, and it tells you how much per each one. But I don't think a lot of you are going to use this because I think there's too much simpler, faster ways. But I just wanted to bring it to your attention that we have that worksheet in there. One that's not in here that we don't even give out in the ounce equivalent, but it is in the resource library, is if you make your own bread items from scratch, like pancakes using flour, or if you make your own breads, there's how to calculate it in a recipe, and there's one in there for infants as well. The main one that I think you're going to use is this one right here. It's just called the grain ounce equivalent worksheet. And it even tells you, like, if you buy 20 cheese crackers, if you use cheese crackers that are 1 inch by 1 inch, you have to serve 20 of them to equal 1 ounce equivalent. So again, if they're 6 and older, they have to have the 1 ounce equivalent, just like before, the one serving. And then those 5 and under have to have the 1/2 ounce equivalent, just like before they had to have the ounce serving. So it does, it's a really neat, there's like, it's 6 pages, and they will like show you how to measure if you're not sure about measuring. But right here, like the rice, it will tell you for 1 through 5-year-olds, for rice, you need 1/4 of a cup cooked or 16 grams dry. Now, make sure you are definitely using those grams, because I'm going to show you something that could throw something off. But like if you buy mini rice cakes and they're about 1 3/4 across, then you need about 7 cakes. So it's a really, really neat little worksheet. And there's one more thing that whenever you start calculating it, a lot of you are going to be using your grains chart. And if you're not familiar with the grains chart, we gave that to you again. I will show you what that is. But this started on October 1st. Again, a lot of you are not going to notice the difference. As you can see here on the bread grains chart in group B, before, when it was 1 serving size, you needed 25 grams or 0.9 ounces to equal 1 serving. So that would be for your 6 and older. Now the 1 ounce equivalent equals 28 grams or 1 ounce. So it went up by 3 grams and 0.1 of an ounce. So again, it's not very much that it all went up by. I would definitely make sure you're using the correct grains chart and check your labels. Now, the only product you're going to have issues with, you're not going to notice it when you serve cereal. You're not going to serve it when you serve pasta or rice or anything like that, sandwiches. You're going to notice it when you serve toast or when you serve 1 piece of bread to your kids. Make sure you check your slices of bread. Before 1 slice, see, like a lot of the slices are 26 grams where you were fine before because you only needed 25 grams. You now need, for your 6 and older, 28 grams. There's a lot of breads out there that are this 26 grams and not 28 grams. So if you can't find the 28 gram sliced bread, and people ask all the time, and I'm going to be honest with you, people ask, well, what brands? You can't, all the brands have all of it. So it's all, I think, dependent on if it's whole grain, how it's sliced. Like Sara Lee, I think, has a 28 gram, but they also have a 26 gram. So you really have to check your labels. If you can't find the 28 gram and you want to serve a toast, what I would suggest that you do, if you only have a 26 gram for 1 slice, so you would still be a little bit short quantity. If you want to serve toast to those that are 6 and older, what I would suggest is you take your bread and either cut it in triangles or cut it into 4ths. And you either give them 3 triangles or 5 squares. So that way you gave them a little bit more. If you cut it into squares, into 4ths, if you give them 5 squares, that equals 32 grams. And for those 6 and older, they have to have 28 grams if you serve one slice. Now, if you serve a sandwich, this is going to be fine because you're serving them 2 pieces of bread. You're going to be okay. But if you're serving it, oh no, you'll be fine. If you serve it to your little kids and you take 1 piece of bread and cut it in half, like to those 5 and under, if you take this 1 slice, cut it in half to make 1 sandwich, but you're still using 1 slice, you're going to be fine. If you make a sandwich with 2 pieces of bread, full slices of bread for your 6 and up, then you'll be okay. But make sure you are serving the correct bread. I can't state it enough. We've had issues with this in schools ever since it went to this for schools. So I just want to make sure that you're aware that you're purchasing the correct bread. So 28 ounces for those 6 and up, and you need 14 grams for those that are 5 and under. So it's really if you just serve 1 piece of bread, like if you're serving toast. But bread is really pretty inexpensive compared to a lot of things. So you can always just give them more, like 2 slices, or again, you can cut them in 4s or triangles. A lot of schools will do triangles and give them 3 triangles. So make sure that at least 1 serving of grain per day is whole grain rich. So if you're serving a grain at breakfast, at lunch, 1 of those has to be whole grain rich. And it's done by meal service, not by child. So we just like to see what meal service that you served it. If you're a center and you do at risk, or if you're, say, a school and you only do at risk on CACFP, that 1 item that you serve has to be whole grain. All the other ingredients in it have to be either enriched or whole grain, and that's usually not a problem. If you do not serve a whole grain rich at least 1 time per day, we're going to take back the lowest reimbursement of a meal that contained a grain. So if you serve, let's say you serve a meat at breakfast, you don't serve a grain at breakfast, you serve a meat, you serve a grain at lunch, and you serve a grain at snack. And none of them are whole grain. We're going to take back the snack because you served a whole grain, or you served a grain, but it wasn't a whole grain. So whatever meal, maybe you serve a meat at breakfast, you serve peanut butter and apple at snack. So the only grain you had that day was lunch, and that was not whole grain. And if it's not whole grain, then we would take back your lunch meals for that day. I've had a lot of people, don't make this hard. What I've had a lot of people do is, honestly, is they serve toast every day for breakfast. Every day for breakfast, it doesn't matter what they're having, they serve a whole wheat bread toast. And that way, every day at breakfast, even if they serve eggs, they always make sure they get the whole grain in every day. You can make it that easy. But I will tell you, a lot of your cereals are going to be whole grain. You can buy chips that are whole grain, tortillas whole grain, some crackers are whole grain. There's a lot of items out there. But if you really want to make it easy, then you can buy like 1 type of bread or a whole wheat bread and serve it every day for breakfast as toast, and you'll be fine. Just make sure you're buying the correct bread, or that you're giving them the correct amount. So how do you know if your bread is whole grain? Well, there's a couple of ways to figure that out. You can use the WIC approved whole grain list. When you look at your packages, if you look at the ingredient list, if the first ingredient says whole and then is a grain, or is a whole grain, or the second ingredient can be a whole grain, as long as the first ingredient, if the first ingredient is water, then the second ingredient has to be a whole grain. Or if you have any CN labeled products or anything like that. Schools, again, have been doing whole grain, have been doing the ounce equivalent since 2012. So your CN labels are okay. Like, it already says, by the way, it already says ounce equivalent, so everything's fine. So an easy way that you can do it is you literally type in WIC approved whole grains. And if you pull up a WIC approved, type in Oklahoma WIC approved, and it will pull up a list like this, and it's on the screen. And this gives you whole grain options for tortillas and for bread. Now, if you can see mine, like you can't see it up close, but there's words. And so there are pictures, but it also has words underneath it of exactly what it is. So on one of the whole grain options, one of the whole wheat tortillas is 16 ounce only, best choice, 100% whole wheat. And it even gives you the UPC code. So if you want to be easy, just print this out and you make sure you always keep your labels. You have to keep your labels to show us it was a whole grain. If you don't keep your labels showing us it was a whole grain, then we can't validate it and we would have to take the meal back because we have no labels to say, yes, I bought this item and it was a whole grain. But yeah, there's 16 ounce loaf bread. There's down here at the bottom, there's pastas. And then this is not an all-inclusive list. Like, so this WIC approved list is what people that have WIC money can buy with their WIC dollars. But this is a list, but you can go to the store and look at things and see that it's whole grain. So yes, if you cook from scratch when you bake, and we're going to talk about that too. All you do is we need the recipe, 1, and 2, we just need to know the flour that you use. And I'll show you how to do that here in a moment. It's much easier than we thought. We love it when people bake. It's way easier and the food tastes amazing. So this is a list of whole grains. So there's whole wheat. You're going to see what you're going to see a lot. You're going to see whole wheat. You're going to see whole corn. Whole durum is usually the first ingredient in pastas. Everything on the left-hand side, like quinoa, brown rice, wild rice, oatmeal, they're automatically whole grain. If you serve oatmeal, it's automatically whole grain. If you serve wild rice, it's whole grain. So these are just a small list. There's a larger list on page 160. Again, there's Doritos that I've seen that the first ingredient says whole corn. If it says whole corn, it's a whole grain item. So this is an example when you're looking at the ingredients list. So here on this ingredients list, the first one says whole wheat flour, then it has water, and it talks about enriched wheat flour. And then if you see anything with niacin, iron, thiamine, folic acid, or riboflavin, I can't say that. Those are all, it means it's enriched. It means it has nutrients added to it. That's what that is. So if we're looking at this breadstick, the first ingredient is a whole wheat product. It says whole wheat, and then the remaining were enriched or a whole grain. So that product does count as a whole grain rich item. Now, if you make anything homemade, as long as your product has 50% whole grain flour in it, the other 50% can be all purpose or enriched. Because I'm not really a baker. Like, I can't bake. I can cook, I just can't really bake. It doesn't turn out well for me because I don't like to measure. So that's why baking doesn't work out well for me. But if you're baking, if you were to make biscuits and you say you need 2 cups of flour and you put 2 cups of whole wheat flour in it, they're not going to rise. They're just going to be deader. I mean, they're going to be like this. They're going to be very dense. But if you're making biscuits and it calls for 2 cups of flour, then you can have 1 flour as the white flour, enriched flour, all-purpose flour. The other flour has to be a whole grain. And there's white whole wheat, there's whole wheat flour, whatever whole grain flour that you choose. On your menu as served forms, all you have to do is say it calls for 2 cups of flour. All you have to do on your menu as served form is put 1 cup whole wheat flour, 1 cup all-purpose flour. And then we'll take a look at your recipe as well. But that's all you have to write on your menu as served form. It's actually very easy. And this is cooking from scratch. This is not using Bisquick. This is not using a mix. Using a mix is not the same because it has a lot of ingredients in it, not just flour. But when you scratch bake, then all you have to list is how much flour that you used. As long as 50% of whatever it calls for is whole grain, then it is considered a whole grain rich item. So, and then breakfast cereals. So there are sugar requirements with CACFP. Breakfast cereal and grain-based desserts are just not allowed at all on CACFP. And I'll talk to you about what grain-based items are. And your breakfast cereals must not contain any more than 6 grams of sugar per dry ounce. And that's for ready to eat, instant, and hot cereal. Now, if you make your own oatmeal, like it's not from a pouch, you make your own, you can add some sugar to it. But when you're buying anything, any type of cereal, it has to meet the sugar requirements. And this is required for all ages. It doesn't matter if they're 18 or 8 months old, they cannot have any grain-based desserts on CACFP program if you're using CACFP meal patterns, and the cereal has to have no more than 6 grams of sugar per dry ounce. Now, I'm not going to show you how to calculate that. I will show you how to calculate on yogurt, and it's the same premise for cereal. But what a lot of people do when they're buying cereal is, again, they go to this WIC approved list. WIC, again, has a WIC approved cereal list that you can buy, and it is hot and cold items. These all meet, and this is what a lot of people do use. And again, this is what it looks like. This is just a portion of it. Now, I do want to draw your attention to a couple of items to make sure you're not serving these, because what the most that I would see, so when I was in the field, I haven't been in the field in 3 years. And whenever I was in the field, the ones at the time I saw that was mostly served was Kix, multigrain Cheerios, and frosted mini wheats. They're all on this list. One thing that you're not going to see on this list is Honey Nut Cheerios. Honey Nut Cheerios has too much sugar. Now, again, when we did a training, this is not an all-inclusive list. There are a lot of other cereals that meet requirements that are not on this list. It's just this list is what they're allowed to use their WIC money on. I had a question at a training, and we looked it up during the training. They asked about Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Rice cereal. Yeah, Rice Krispies. I always say Rice Krispie treats. Rice Krispies, and they asked about Kellogg's Corn Flakes. So there's no Corn Flakes on here, and there's no Rice Krispies. Those both meet the sugar requirements. They're just not on this list because they can't spend their WIC dollars on it. But there's a lot more than just this on here. Again, I'm not going to show you how to calculate it. I'm going to show you how to calculate sugar for yogurt, and it's the same premise. It's the same premise. So when I was telling you about your consultant's phone number is a cell phone number. And I had my centers all the time. They would take pictures. I was like, they would be curious about, does this cereal meet requirements? So they would take a picture of the box and take a picture of the nutrition facts label and the ingredients list and send it to me and go, can you help me? Does this meet requirements? And I had no problem looking it up for them. But just make sure you do that, is you send a picture of what it is, the front of the box, and then you have to send a picture of the nutrition facts label, and then they can help calculate it. And they can do it for anything. I got it a lot mostly for yogurts whenever I was in the field, but feel free to ask your consultant certain items. Now, we talked about grain-based desserts are not allowed. They are never allowed for not breakfast, for not snack. They're not allowed. Now, I'm going to show you what some grain-based desserts are. I'm going to pull up the grains chart. So if you print these out, this is also in your manual. You can pull it out of your manual. If you print this grains chart out, you must do it in color. And the reason why is because if it's in red, it is not allowed in CACFP. The reason they're on here, it's still on here for a couple of reasons. One reason is to show you what you cannot serve. And number 2 is schools are allowed to serve it for the school lunch program and the school breakfast program. But daycares are not allowed to serve it. So you cannot serve cookies, including vanilla wafers. You can't serve like a fruit turnover or a cobbler. You're not allowed to serve donuts, granola bars, sweet rolls. We see a lot of Nutri-Grain bars. Nutri-Grain bars are a cereal bar. No cookies. Cereal bars were a cereal bars are the same as the breakfast bar, granola bar, breakfast bars, all in here. Sweet rolls is cinnamon rolls. Toaster pastries are Pop-Tarts. Again, no donuts, granola. You can serve granola cereal, but you cannot serve granola as long as the granola meets the sugar requirements for cereal, but you cannot serve a granola bar. Cake, coffee cake, brownies, that is all unallowable items. You cannot serve it. Let's just say, I'm going to give you an example. We had a daycare when this all came out that she had been a center for 20 years, and every Friday she served donuts. It's a tradition. She liked it. The kids loved it. And so she asked questions about what can she do if she still wants to serve donuts. So I'm going to give you some options. You can serve the donuts. Yes, this is in your handouts. This is in your handout packet as well, this Grange chart. But just make sure you print it in color because it is automatically in color. Just make sure you print it in color if you're going to print it out. So with the donuts, she's going to serve the donuts so she can serve it and not claim the meal is one option. The other option is she serves the requirements. And in her case, she served a yogurt, which is a meat. She served a juice or a fruit. Let's just say she served a fruit like peaches. She served a milk, and then she served a donut as an extra, but she met the requirements so she could claim the meal. If you do that, if you do something like that, donuts are a standalone item. You have to mark it off your receipt. It is not an allowable CACFP expense. It has to be a center expense. You have to take it off of your receipts for CACFP because it's not allowable. So just kind of an FYI with that. You can still serve certain things as a treat, but you cannot charge it off to CACFP. It's unallowable. And then just make sure you have all the other requirements that meets meal pattern requirements. It's just considered an extra. And that is what we refer to as a grain-based dessert. So some foods are not easily identifiable. And we say that means is years ago, I don't know if you can still buy it, but there was this thing called a breakfast round. And essentially it was an oatmeal raisin cookie. And so if we're out there and you're serving a breakfast round and we're like, that's an oatmeal raisin cookie, we're going to consider it an oatmeal raisin cookie. Now, I have had some people that say that they have recipes that they have altered and there's no sugar in them and there's things like that. If you have something that you want to serve and you've altered the recipe, send it to us. You can send it to me. We'll send it to your consultant as well and get approval for it. We've had one that were like, no, it had a ton of sugar in it, a ton of sugar. Like sugar, I think was the #1 ingredient in this thing. We're like that, no. And then we had someone send us, it was kind of a cookie recipe, but they put no sugar in it. They used applesauce instead. So we let your consultant look at some of this stuff and let them make some decisions because there may be some things that you're serving that you used to serve that was kind of a grain-based dessert that maybe you have altered, but talk to your consultant about it and let them approve it because we don't want you serving something and then they come out and they take the meal back without you want their approval first on something that might be very questionable. And we talked about the whole donut thing that you may want to do things for special occasions. It is served as an additional item and it has to be a non-reimbursable. It would go into your food purchasing form. And I'm going to talk about some other items that we're talking about later because it gets a little confusing talking about donuts and stuff to take them off of your receipts. And then I'm going to talk about some other things later on when we talk about crediting information. But just a reminder, like things that stand alone, like a donut or a cookie or a Pop-Tart, those are all standalone items. And little Debbie snack cakes, those all have to be removed. You just mark them off your receipt. They're not or you put them in your non-reimbursable section. They're just an extra food item and they cannot be charged off. You cannot use it as a CACFP expense. So that's grains is our big topic. So now we're going to go a little bit more downhill and we're going to talk about it's not as in-depth. Several fruits. There is no guide. We have no guide on this right now. And that's why, like with USDA, they say like no fruit bars and stuff like that. But look at some of recipes. And if you alter it, like I do keto, and it's one of my favorite things to do, to be honest with you. My friends laugh at me, is I love taking a recipe and completely refiguring it and making it to where either I can eat it or it's a healthier version. It's, again, one of my favorite things to do. So if you do have a recipe that you want to make and it has too much sugar, you may want to consider altering that recipe, but send that recipe. Now, I will say USDA does have recipes. And so you may want to go in there and look. The only thing is to be just very cautious of is, again, schools can do some things and daycares, like, so schools can do sugar, but they can't do sodium. You guys can do sodium, but can't do sugar. So it's kind of this really weird thing that they've done. But I would go look at USDA recipes. Now, they have had recipes for scones in there, which you can no longer do. But like some, like cookies and stuff, but just look at them. And if you want to alter it, try it and ask your consultant about it. Be like, hey, I found this recipe and I altered it. Like I said, we had one that did something and they took out the sugar and put applesauce in it. So if you have anything like that, send it to your consultant and see what they say. Meat alternate, we just say serve a variety. Try to think about variety. A lot of people don't. They just get very hung up on, we got to serve ground beef all the time, or hot dogs all the time, or cheese all the time. You can get very, so we have meat and meat alternate, and examples of meat alternates are beans, tofu, cheese, and again is yogurt. So make sure you're just serving a variety. We joke about it. It happens more often than not, especially at school districts. I've been at schools when this has happened. We talked about it not too long ago, but they're like, yeah, I was at a school and the superintendent comes in like clucking like a chicken because all week that week they had nothing but chicken. So it happens, but just think about variety. You can serve soy yogurt. It's just you can't do it for infants. And I don't know why, because they can have infant milk, infant formula, or they can have formula, infant formula, soy formula, but they can't have soy yogurt. I don't know why. It just states that in the books that I'll show you. Now, if you are going to substitute a meat at breakfast, so when it says you need 1 ounce equivalent or a 1/2 ounce equivalent of grain, depending on this age. So again, 5 and younger need a 1/2 ounce equivalent, 6 and older need 1 ounce equivalent. You would just substitute 1 ounce of meat alternate for 1 ounce of grain, or a 1/2 ounce of meat alternate for a 1/2 ounce of grain, depending on what they need. Again, you can always serve more, you just cannot serve less. So we're going to talk about yogurt. So if you buy yogurt, it has to be commercially yogurt products. You cannot make any homemade yogurt. It has to be store-bought. Again, soy yogurt is a good dairy-free option, except for your infants. If you have some kids, you may, that have an alternate lifestyle, or even the fact that they can't have dairy. Oh, sorry, my watch was looking up dairy-free products. 4 ounces of yogurt equal 1 ounce of meat alternate. Again, yogurt is a meat alternate. And you have sugar restrictions with yogurt. Now, I'm going to be honest. I will let you know this was asked at a training. There is yogurt on this WIC form. Do not use the WIC. Do not. It has, I looked at 3 of them and 2 of the 3 had too much sugar. So don't use, you can use it for your whole grains and you can use it for your cereal as sugar requirements, but do not use it for the yogurt. A lot of these yogurts had too much sugar. But to be honest with you, I think a lot of sugars, a lot of yogurts are able to be served. I think pretty much all the Yoplait seem to work. So again, the sugar requirements apply to everybody, including infants. And I am going to show you how to calculate. Again, the same principle applies to the cereal. Like you'll do the same thing. You're going to take the nutrition facts label just like this. So this is with yogurt. And so this yogurt is a 6 ounce serving size. And we're going to come down to look at the sugar. It's either going to say sugar, or if you see something that says total sugar. If it says total sugar, you use total sugar. If it says sugar, you use sugar. because sometimes you'll say sugar, added sugar, and then total. So always make sure you use the total, or if it's just like this, make sure you look at the sugar. So 6 ounces in this container, it has 19 grams of sugar. What you're going to do is you're going to go to the sugar guide, and this is in the manual, and there's another separate one for cereal. So you go to the yogurt and you come down here to the 6 ounces, and we're going to go across, and it says you need 0 to 23 grams. That container had 19, so it meets requirements. You can serve it. That's a very good question about the fat content. I'm going to say no, there is no fat content requirement. I haven't seen anything regarding that. Even like these in here are low fat, and they still went over the sugar requirements. I think when it comes to yogurt, they really just care about the sugar and not quite the low fat or the whole milk. From what I remember seeing, I don't remember seeing a lot of people doing a whole milk yogurt, but a lot of people did the low fat. And you may realize this too, I used to eat a lot of yogurt, but it's really hard to find like a whole milk yogurt. Most yogurts are low fat or fat free, from what I have in my yogurt eating days have noticed. So I have not seen anything about fat, just sugar when it does come to yogurt. But I think that makes sense, because in all honesty, when you talk about like hamburger meat, you can serve an 80-20 hamburger meat, or you can also serve a 90-10. So that's one reason I kind of say that too. So that's how you calculate sugar for yogurt. And again, the same principle applies to cereal. There's a chart in the manual that will cover that. It's just the same principle, but instead of going over it twice, we'll just cover the one. And the last but not least is fruits and veggies when we talk about components. And then the next section that we're going to go over is crediting, and it's going to kind of blow your guys' minds a little bit when we talk about crediting, but it's very important. We're actually creating we've been doing a training. We've been doing it once every 3 months, and we're now adding it to every other month because people are now realizing how important it is. And we're going to talk about it in the crediting thing. But with fruits and veggies, again, remember they are separate. There's a fruit and a vegetable, except for at breakfast, it can be one. At lunch, you can replace the fruit for a vegetable. It has to be a separate vegetable. So if you were serving mashed potatoes at lunch, you can't serve a French fry because they're both a potato. You can't do 2 helpings of mashed potatoes. You have to serve like a green bean and mashed potatoes if you do 2. If you serve a juice at any time, it has to be 100% juice, pasteurized, and you can only serve juice 1 time per day. Juice is not allowed for infants at all, unless you have a doctor's note. Because you used to be able to give juice to an infant, you can no longer unless you have a doctor's note. So again, you can only serve juice 1 time per day. I'm going to give you a little trick. If you want to serve a juice, except if you do cereal and at breakfast, I understand you do milk and cereal, and then you do a juice with it. I understand that. But I will tell you, if you want to serve a juice, the best time to serve it is at snack. If you're going to do it between breakfast and snack, I would serve it at snack. And the reason I tell you that is because the serving size for fruit and vegetable at snack is much higher. So we're talking for the 3 and up, they have to have 6 ounces of juice or 3/4 cup of fruit. Where at breakfast, they only need a 1/2 cup. And so just a suggestion, you don't have to take it. I'm just letting you know that if you want to do more cost saving, juice is a better option at snack than at breakfast. And you could do more of a fresh fruit or canned fruit at breakfast. You won't have to be serving quite as much. Just a suggestion. Now, this does go for everybody, not just for infants. And this kind of does blow some people's mind. But a parent is allowed to bring 1 creditable food component for part of the reimbursable meal. So a lot of times with infants, the parent will bring breast milk or formula. But maybe you do have a child that has lactose intolerant, or you do have a child that has a doctor's note for almond milk, or maybe you have a parent and they're doing the milk substitute and doing the soy milk, the 8th continent. A parent can bring that, and you can still claim the meal as long as the center provides all the other components. Now, it has to be creditable. So if the parent says, I want my kid to have almond milk, I will bring the almond milk, but you have no doctor's note, that's not creditable. It doesn't count because there's no doctor's note. So it has to be creditable component. It has to be one that you can serve to meet meal pattern requirements. Now, earlier we talked about donation, and this is not considered a donation. Donations are usually for the center and you use it however you want to use it. When we talk about a food component, it's usually because the parent is providing it for their child or children. They're not supplying everybody, they're just doing it for their child. But it is allowable for a parent to bring one component and you can still claim the reimbursable bill as long as it is a credible component. So, okay, hope that makes sense. Water, just a reminder that water does have to be offered throughout the day. If a child says, I want water, you can give it to them. It's not part of the reimbursable meal. The only way that you can substitute it for milk is if you had a doctor's note that said it has to say water on there. You can't serve it in place of milk, but you can serve it alongside of it, or you can serve it at snack. Again, if you serve the two components, like you do peanut butter and apple, you could serve water because you've already met your requirements. So you don't even need a drink. You can just go ahead and give them water if you want. Okay, for those of you that do not have infants, it's 1:40. I'm going to talk about this for about 5 to 10 minutes. It'd probably be closer to 10 minutes. So you can take a breather if you do not have infants. I'm going to talk about infants. Again, if you do not have infants, you can just take a 5 to 10 minute break. If you have a possibility of having infants, we did send you this form. It's called the Feeding Infants Handbook. It is a big, thick form, or big, thick book. It's 174 pages. Oh, no, it's longer than that, but it's 185 pages. But we sent this to you if you're a daycare and you could have infants. We also have a handout that I have that's very important. It is in your handouts. And I'll show that to you. I want to talk about this first, but I will point out a couple of questions that we kind of get regarding infants. So if you have infants at your center, which I really don't agree with this, but again, I don't make the rules. But if you have infants, you must offer them access to CACFP meals. The reason why I disagree with this is I feel, especially if you're new coming onto the program, that if you don't want to claim infants, you do an infant meal waiver form for everybody, have the parents bring their food, and you just focus on this until you can figure it out. Because infants are tricky. They sound easy, but they're tricky. But they do want you to offer them access. Now, if you have a parent that says, no, I want my child to eat all organic, I want to bring homemade food for my child, and a parent can sign an infant meal waiver form, and you cannot claim the meal, and you can have the parent bring everything for that infant, and that's fine. They don't have to meet any type of requirements, anything like that. It's like you're not claiming the meal, the parent's doing whatever the parent wants to do. If you have infants, you are required to offer one type of iron fortified infant formula. You choose what it is, but you just have to have something on hand. I actually always thought that was a DHS rule, but it's not. But you do have to have a minimum of one type of iron fortified infant formula when you're on this program. We're going to talk about that. If they're eating food, other components, remember, a parent can only bring one component. So if they're bringing a formula, that's fine if that's all they're having. But once they start eating food, the parent can only supply one component, and you have to supply all the rest to claim it. But we are going to talk about infants from birth to age 1, and infants are feed on demand. So when you serve meals in your application and agreement, you are telling us what time you serve breakfast, what time you serve lunch, what time you serve snack. You tell us the beginning and ending time for all these meals. Infants do, and you cannot claim meals outside of that time, except for an infant. An infant can eat what we call feed on demand. Whenever they eat is when they eat, and you claim the meal. So if an infant's there for 3 bottles, they have 3 full bottles, you can claim them for 3 meals. If they only have 2 bottles, then you can only claim them for 2 meals. But that's kind of how it works for infants. They're feed on demand. Now, infants have components. This we talked about, the 5 components. The components for infants is breast milk, iron fortified infant formula, infant cereal, meat alternate or a combination of both, vegetable or fruit or a combination of both, or a grain, but a grain is only allowed at snack. So when we talk about, they can have infant cereal at breakfast and lunch, but they're only allowed a grain, which would be like crackers, like Cheerios. That stuff is only allowed at snack. Infants, actually anybody can be breastfed on site and the meal still be reimbursed. So even if a mom comes to the center and breastfeeds her own child, that can be reimbursed. Fruits and vegetables, once an infant starts eating those and they're developmentally ready and they're eating a fruit and or vegetable, you have to serve it at snack. Juice and a cheese spread, which I really never saw a cheese spread, is not allowable for infants. Yogurt and eggs are creditable, but not soy yogurt. And then again, ready to eat cereal, which is like Cheerios, bread, crackers. The only time they can be served and claimed is at snack. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this. So we have 2 age groups. We have birth to 5 months and we have 6 months through 11 months. So both of those age groups, they have to have iron fortified formula, breast milk, or a combination of both. Infants under age 1 are not allowed to have milk. It's not allowed for an infant to have milk. So birth through 5 months, breast milk or infant formula is the only milk component required. And they have to have 4 to 6 fluid ounces of express breast milk or infant formula. They have to be offered that in order to claim the meal. Now, from 6 through 11 months, they have to have a minimum of 6 to 8 fluid ounces of express milk or infant formula at breakfast and lunch. At snack, it lowers to 2 to 4 ounces. And foods from all other components are to be offered when the infant is developmentally ready. So as an example, and this came up last, which I always talk about this, but it was really neat to actually have somebody bring this up. The one thing you need to watch out for is, especially when they get closer to the 10 and 11 month mark, when infants start eating table food, they usually don't drink as much formula. And as you can see here, the minimum serving size at breakfast and lunch is 6 to 8 ounces. So if you have an infant that only is drinking 4 ounces of formula because they're eating so much table food, and they won't drink the 6 to 8 ounces, I would consider doing an infant meal waiver form. And the reason why is because, especially if the parent is bringing the infant formula, they don't want to waste that. They don't want to waste formula just so you can give them 2 ounces more just so you can claim a meal, because they don't want to waste a bottle. And I don't blame them for that. If you give the kids 3 bottles and they only serve 4 ounces and you have to do 6 to 8, so you do 6, 6, and 4, you're wasting 4 ounces of formula per day. So just keep that in mind. If they start not drinking that and the parent, you may just let them know, hey, they're not drinking all this. You may want to do an infant meal waiver form on that. So once they get to the 6 month mark, and we're going to talk more in depth about this, but the serving sizes of when they start eating is 0 to 2 ounces or 0 to 4 tablespoons. So what does this mean? This means that they understand that kids are not always developmentally ready at the same time. They understand that every pediatrician is going to do something different. I have 2 nieces, they're sisters, they're 2 years apart, same pediatrician, and they did 2 completely different things with them food-wise. One started on infant formula, then had fruit, and then vegetable. One, I don't even know if she ever really had infant cereal. They started her with fruit. And I mean, they did completely different things. We understand too when they are eating that they could maybe try one fruit and then it doesn't agree with them, so they don't do fruit, then they go and they try a vegetable. We understand you're going to see a lot of this. Not just that, but I have seen also infants. I've been to centers where the parent said, my child will not have its first, no baby food, no nothing until they're 1 year of age. So you have that. I've also been to centers where you have an extreme premature child that even at 11 months old, they're like at a 3-month level. So you're going to see all kinds of stuff. And that's why USDA did this, is because they recognize and understand that every baby might be at a different pace. But once they start serving, once they start eating, you have to serve them the food, and you do need to offer them the 2 or 4 tablespoons of the stuff. So here's kind of how it goes, and I'm going to go over something with you, but infant cereal can be served at all meals. Infant cereal. And I understand once kids have baby food, they do not like infant cereal. I know that. But infant cereal can be served at breakfast, lunch, and snack. Bread, crackers, and ready-to-eat breakfast cereals are only allowed at snack. Again, there's the sugar requirements. And again, it has to be either enriched or whole grain, just like with everybody else. And again, they cannot have grain-based desserts. When you document recording the amount the mother breastfeed, if a mother comes and breastfeeds, we don't know how much they breastfed. So you can just put breastfed on site or mother on site. That's fine. But you also need to indicate exactly what you gave that child. And the reason why is because I would go and say 2 tablespoons fruit. Well, okay, let me tell you something. If I have a child and I pick my child up from daycare and I come home and my child has a rash all over their body, what's the first thing I'm going to do? I'm going to call you and say, what did you feed my child? And I need to know specifically what you fed my child in case there's an allergic reaction. So you need to tell specifically what you gave them. So you can give us like an example at snack, 2 tablespoons of peaches, 1 tablespoon of infant cereal, or 1/8 cup of Cheerios. Like, you give us an example. If a parent brings something, you can do an asterisk, like if they bring the breast milk or the formula, or maybe they bring something else. But you can do that. You can indicate that. This is the handout that I want to show you. This is in your packet. I'm probably going to post this. We have a whole infant section. I think I'm going to post this to the infant section because it's just that important. I created this. It's a common questions with infants. And so these 2 questions are in the manual. But the reason why we did it this way is because if you want, you can type in CACFP 02-2018 Q&A. This is USDA memo Q&A 02-2018. And there's 2 questions, number 3 and number 6. Number 3, if an infant is developmentally ready to accept solid foods before 6 months of age, the center or the daycare home may serve the solid foods and claim the meal for reimbursement. And the answer is, once an infant is developmentally ready for solid foods, the center or daycare home must indicate on the menu what solid foods are being served and the serving size of the food served. So like my niece started eating at 4 months of age. Even though it's below 6 months, when they start eating, you are required to write down what they ate, and you're required to give it to them, even if it's before the 6 months of age. Infants are just like everybody else. It has to be either whole grain or enriched. There's no requirement on it has to be whole grain. It just has to be whole grain or enriched. So that's the good thing about infants, is it doesn't have to be whole grain. But it can be depending on the item. It has to be enriched or whole grain, and you're really not going to find much that's not enriched. So you're good with that one. Then number 6 is, and I would be the monitor, but if I come out to your center and I do an on-site review and you have an 8-month-old and that 8-month-old is not being served solid food, what am I supposed to do? And it says I'm supposed to ask questions. And it could be because, like I said, I've been to a daycare where they're like, the parent said this child cannot have any food, period, until 1 year of age. Maybe they're not developmentally ready. it's one of those things that they should be eating at 8 months of age. And they just want to make sure that if we do come out, that they really are eating, but you're just not writing it down as part of it. Now, this is the big one. This is the big question that we get. And this one is in the book. It's in this Feeding Infants book. It's on page 174, number 14. So say you have an infant room and you have a 1-year-old in there. Can I serve babies in my care pancakes, fruit, and formula at breakfast or lunch and claim it as reimbursable? And the answer is no. The only grain that is allowed at breakfast or lunch is iron fortified infant cereal. Other grains cannot be served in place of infant cereal. The pancake could be served as an extra, but not part of the reimbursable meal. So what that means is you have to feed the child infant cereal at breakfast or lunch before you can give them something else as an extra, like a pancake. Because again, remember, a grain is only allowed at snack. And that again is in this book on page 174, number 14. This is in your handouts. And I'm going to post this handout in the infant section because I just think these are the most common questions that we get. And again, I put down here on this handout just a copy of this book. You guys all got it. It's also located in the resource library. And we offer infant meal training, so once a month. Okay, so now, oops, I slid a couple of months. So those of our team that did not have infants, we're now going back to everybody. This is going to be some pretty important information right here. This is the crediting information section. This is using our food buying guide. People do not realize, so yes, our training manual is very important. You find a lot of information in there. This is our food Bible. This is what we use when we come out to do a review. This is very, very important. I'm going to tell you the significance of this book. This book is absolutely amazing. You're going to love this book. I always get it upside down, turn around. The crediting handbook we're going to go over, it is absolutely amazing. And then we'll talk about it, but there's an app as well. So lots of good stuff. This is the part to really be paying attention on because this is what foods you can and cannot serve on this program and why. So the first thing we're going to talk about is this, the food buying guide. I put out there under the meal pattern section, there's a food buying guide. I made a form, and when you click on it, it has a link to the online interactive. There's an app. You just go to either Google Play or iTunes and type in USDA food buying guide, and it pulls up. It looks like this right here. Like you'll see an apple and green in this mustard color that you see there on the screen. And then we also have the PDF version, which is this in the food buying guide. It's a link. And the reason there's a link to it, because the book I already have, the book that you have, the book that we printed 5 years ago is already outdated. So if you click on the link, it has out there, it's PDF, but it's always up to date. It has the latest up to date. Yes, it's available on Apple and Android. You can use it on any tablet. As a matter of fact, all of our consultants have iPhones. And when I was in the field, so this app has been around for at least 4 years. I used it because I was tired of carrying my book. I will tell you the two best versions is the app, and you're still going to want to have at least access to the PDF, and I'll explain why. But the PDF, again, if you go out there and it says food buying guide links, click on it and just click on the PDF link, or you may have to copy it and paste it to your browser. But it is the hard copy, but it's up to date. Like I said, my book that I have right now is not up to date. If you're new and coming on the program, we're going to give you one of these, but again, it's not up to date because it outdates itself, because there's things that they'll say that doesn't count, and they'll say, no, it does count, or they'll change the serving size on it. So they're always doing stuff to this book, and out there so that way it's always up to date if you use the link. But it's great. So what does this do? What's the significance of the food buying guide? Well, the food buying guide, if you can find it in this book, you can serve it. If you can find it in this book, you can serve it on CACFP. In schools, everybody, if you're on child nutrition, if you can find it in this book, you can serve it. It tells you how many servings you get from a specific quantity of food. It also shows you, like, if you cook something or heat something up, it tells you how much you get out of that serving. And it also will show you how much you need to buy. This book is everything. I do a 1-hour training on this. We're doing it every other month now because this has been around since before my time. This book has been around forever, but people do not realize the significance of it. So we've really been honing in on the significance of this book. And I'm going to show you this book. I'm going to show you the inside of it. I'm going to talk about how you look at this book. I'll show you the interactive. I will show you a little bit of everything. In the training that I do that's 1 hour, it really does go in more specific. Like we talk about what I'm talking about here, which when I talk about here is more specific food items. In the training, I really go over this book, the app, and their interactive, how to use it. Yes, it does. So the book, the interactive, and the app all give you the exact same information. But I'll tell you why I like the book, or you need to have access to the book. I'll explain it to you. There's a column in here that says food as purchased column, and I'll show it to you. It says food as purchased. The item that you serve, the label has to read exactly as stated as in that food as purchased column. If it says exactly what's stated in the food as purchased column, if you find it in this book, you can serve it. If you cannot find it in this book, then for you to be able to serve it, it has to have a CN label or a product formulation statement. So an example is chicken nuggets is not in this book. So that's why one reason you have to have a CN label. The reason why I love the interactive version, I love the app version, but I do understand that there are things I know that you can serve, and I will search for it in the search bar, but it won't pull it up. That's why sometimes it's good to look in here, because sometimes it says a different name than how you're looking it up. Like there's no hot dog in the food buying guide. There's no hot dog, but there's Frankfurter. That's how you look it up. So there are some things in there that you can't find in the food buying guide, but you know what's in there. So that's why sometimes it's just good to look at this hard copy. So in the food buying guide, there are several sections. So whatever you find that food item in that section, that's what it counts as. As you can see here, it says we have meat, vegetable, fruit, grain, milk, and other. We have no such thing called an other component. So if you find it in the other group, it's not allowed. And I will give you an example of how this book is outdated is because the popcorn is in other, but popcorn is now allowed. So just kind of an FYI, that's why I say you want to really look at the most current version. That's why we suggest the app and then using the link. Now, let me tell you something else, because I explained this to the DHS, to the workers, is now, because it's in this book, it technically can be served. There are just a couple of things in here, like they state peanut butter cannot be served to those under 2, I believe, because I think that's kind of the general rule. I know they're now giving it to kids that are little because of the allergy issue. They're finding if they give it to them sooner, then they don't usually have the allergy issue. But there are some things in here like popcorn that you can serve, but DHS is going to have other rules. Or if you're a Head Start, you have other rules that are more based on Head Start rules, DHS rules, than our rules, okay? So just because it says, yes, you can here in this book, there are like chips, you can serve chips. But DHS, there's a requirement on what ages can have chips. So I just want to kind of state that they may say, yeah, you cannot serve chips to a 1-year-old. You know what I mean? So that's a DHS rule, but if it's in the book, you can serve it. And it may state, yes, you can serve it. No, you can't do certain things. So I'm going to show you, this is a copy of this hard manual. This is the meat alternate section. As you can see here, this is ground beef. So we have ground beef 80-20, ground beef, I never really do good with my math on this. So 76-24, 85-15, 90-10. If you buy hamburger meat and you buy it in the 76-24, you can serve it. If you buy ground beef 80-20, you can serve it. It's in this book. This is what this book tells us. It's absolutely amazing. So I don't know if you know this, but 1 pound equals 16 ounces. I don't care what it is. If it's 1 pound, it is 16 ounces, okay? Just like 1 cup is 8 ounces, 1 pound is 16 ounces. So this is what this book tells me. If I buy raw hamburger meat, which is 1 pound, which is 16 ounces, and I buy it with 80-20 fat, 20% fat, so it's 80-20. I buy 1 pound of hamburger meat and I cook it. When I cook that 1 pound of hamburger meat, it gives me 11.81 ounces of cooked lean meat. And the reason why is because when you cook it with that fat content, it shrinks it down. So when I come out to your center and you tell me that you served 80-20 hamburger meat, I'm going to use the calculation that gives me, I will say 11, you can even go down to 11 just to make it easy. Say 1 pound equals 11 ounces of meat. So if you had 16 1 to 2 year olds and you cook 1 pound of hamburger meat, you're going to be short by about 4 to 5 ounces. You're going to be short because, again, remember, when you cook hamburger meat that has 80-20 fat, when you cook it, it shrinks down from 16 ounces to 11.8. What this column right here is per units per 100 servings. So what this means is, say because of your daycare center, you need a total of 100 ounces of meat. Well, this tells me if I cook 8.5 pounds of hamburger meat, 80-20, I will get 101 ounces of meat. I know that we have Head Starts on here, and Head Starts, if you have the 3 to 5 year olds, 3 to 5 year olds need 1.5 ounces of lean cooked meat. And this just lets you know that if you cook 1 pound, it will give you 7.89, 1.1 ounces of cooked lean meat. So that way you don't have to do all this math. If you need 1.5 for everybody, it does that calculation for you. As you can see here, 80-20 hamburger meat, if when you cook it, it gives you 11.8 ounces because of the fat. If you buy 85-15, 1 pound, you cook it, it gives you 12. If you have 90-10, it gives you 12.1. Because of the less fat in it, it gives you more meat. So that's the purpose of this book. I'm going to show you one more. This last column is, again, is just additional information. So again, it tells you that on 80-20 ground hamburger beef, 1 pound gives you approximately 0.75 pounds of cooked, drained, lean meat. Now, the other section I'm going to go over is a vegetable section. Fruit and vegetable, there's a couple reasons I want to show you this, is fruit and vegetable all the way in the hard copy book. I always do that. In the hard copy, it's all 1/4 cups. And the reason why is because that's the most common denominator. And this will also make sense with something else I'm going to show you later on. But everything in the fruit and everything in the vegetable says 1/4 cups. Now, I will tell you in the app and in the interactive version, you can change the measurements in some of it. So like on the most common things. So like this is whole green beans. Green beans are very popular. So it may tell you if you need 1/2 cup servings, you can change this from 1/4 of a cup to 1/2 cup, and it will tell you how many servings you get out of it. So you have to use this book whenever you're serving. And the reason why, don't go by what the can says. And I'll explain all this, but like, so this is whole green beans. This is canned green beans. They're whole. This is not cut. This is not French style. This is whole green beans in a can. And this is a number 10 can, those big giant cans. So you'll notice here that you see two number 10 cans. And you're like, wait a second. So we have 2 number 10 cans in column 2. And in number 3, one says 39.5, but one says 52.2. Why is it giving me 2 different measurements? That doesn't make any sense. Well, on the first one, when you have a number 10 can of whole green beans, it will give you 39.5 1/4 cups heated vegetables. So when you heat it, it shrinks it down. Well, maybe you're making a 3-bean salad. And if you're making a cold 3-bean salad, it's not being heated, it's cold. You're actually probably going to put it in the fridge or have it room temperature. You have a number 10 can, but this one gives you 52.2 servings, 1/4 cup drained. It's not heated. So there's a difference. When you heat something, it shrinks it down. So we're going to assume when we come out and you're serving green beans to your kids, it's going to shrink. So we're going to go by the heated. But you'll have to tell us if you're doing like a salad or anything like that where it's cold or where it's not heated. And that's why it gives you the two different amounts. Now, a lot of people, we heard a lot of people like, just go by the back of the can. Do not go by the back of the can because, again, this book takes into consideration if it's heated or not heated. The other thing with this book is it says number 10 can. What USDA did was, how it was explained to me, was what USDA did was is they took 10 different brands of whole cans of number 10 cans, whole green beans. They took Cisco brand, Del Monte. They took 10 different brands. They scooped them each out, and this is an average that they got from those 10 brands. So some may give you a little bit more, some may give you a little bit less. But this is the fair way for us to know if you serve the right amount of food is we go by this. Okay, this is what we use when we come out to calculate to see if you had enough serving sizes. So something else I want to bring to your attention is lunch meat. This is a big one. And we're talking about, again, the food buying guide. So again, this is the interactive form. This is the interactive one online. So that's how it looks a little bit different than the hard copy. And we are looking at ham. And so it says component, it'll say meat alternate. And then it has the category. It says pork and pork products, pork mild cured. There's about 2 pages of this. And I just circled one. It says pork mild cured, fully cooked, chilled or frozen, ham with natural juices, smoked without bone. Again, this is the food as purchased column. What you're serving has to match this column. Now, I got this ham from someone that asked me if they could use it. And I asked them, where in the food buying guide did you find this? And they sent me this one right here that I circled. Actually, it's a little bit different when it says boiled without bone. This is the one they chose. And so I looked at the front and I looked at the back on the ingredients list. And does this meet requirements? And no, it does not. And the reason why is on the back, it did say pork, but I saw nowhere on the label does it say mild cured. I don't see anywhere that says fully cooked. It does say ham with natural juices, but it's missing these 2 items. So it's really important. I'm going to be quite honest with you. This has always been a thing, honestly, since before I was even on staff, but we have let this go, let this go, let this go. And after 20 years, we are following the food buying guide. Now, when it comes to the food buying guide and deli meat, uncured meats, it just depends on what it is. Like if you're talking about frankfurters and stuff, I believe that they're in here. What I want to tell you about deli meats is we have never found a pre-sliced ham over in like the cheese section that meets these requirements. Some may work back in the deli section that you're going to have get shaved, and you're going to have to get a copy of that label. Now, I'm going to tell you, we're going to ask to see where you found it in the food buying guide. And if you're not sure, like you need to reach to us out first before. So again, that's what we see. No, there's no deli turkey meat in here. There is a turkey roast in here, but it says commodity only. Daycare centers do not receive commodities, only school districts. So a school district may receive a turkey roast and can use that for meat, but the only way that a turkey will work for lunch meat is if you buy a whole turkey, bake it and slice it and serve it as a lunch meat. And that's always been the case. We've just been very lenient on this for 20 years. Now, I'm going to give you some suggestions. I just added these 2 slides. I did these 2 slides for DHS. I've added them to this because we do get this a lot. Beef bologna works. It's in here. You can make your own pimento cheese. You can make your own homemade tuna, egg, or chicken salad, and you can use a grilled cheese, but it has to be creditable. There is something called turkey ham, and a lot of people said that you can find it at Walmart in the deli section. It says turkey ham. Jenny O makes it. Turkey ham, it says turkey ham on the label. As you can see, it says turkey ham. And there's a turkey ham with 15% added ingredients, and then just a regular turkey ham. And it says if you serve 1.4 ounces, it equals 1 ounce of meat. The reason why with these items, they don't work. Why does ham and turkey meat not work? And the reason why is there's no deli meats in here. It doesn't say ham deli. It doesn't say turkey deli. The things in this book, like turkey ham, it has a standard of identity. It is illegal for so for it to be called turkey ham, USDA has this recipe. And for it to be called turkey ham, this company has to follow the recipe before they can put turkey ham on the label. And they did. If they changed one thing about that, they cannot call it turkey ham. It has no standard of identity. With the deal with the hams and the deal with the turkeys is with deli ham, you could have a ham that one they inject 15% water, one they inject 20% water, one they inject 5% water. There's no standard unless the label says exactly as it does in here. Because everything in here meets a USDA recipe. So turkey ham is an actual product that you buy. It's called turkey ham. Turkey ham is a yes. It is in the food buying guide, and it's right here. This is from the food buying guide, turkey ham. So if you find turkey ham, which you can, in the deli section that you have to have sliced, if you buy turkey ham, you can serve it. But when you serve 1.4 ounces, like it says on here, you have to serve 1.4 ounces equals 1 ounce of meat because of the injection of how much it's injected with water, salt water. So turkey ham, you can serve. Regular ham and turkey, you cannot. Instead of also doing a sandwich, you could also do like a hot dog. All beef hot dog. So we just have to get people away from using ham and turkey unless you have a vendor. If you have a vendor, you can get a CN label. But if you're just shopping at Walmart, yes, you can use commodity ham. Schools get commodities. Daycare centers do not get commodities. So that's why I really don't talk about commodity a whole lot. Schools get commodities. Daycares do not have that option. But yes, commodity, just make sure you print out your information sheet. And or if you use a vendor, you can get CN labeled ham and CN labeled turkey. So yes, so perfect. And that is a perfect situation right there. So in your case, that daycare and your school can use the lunch meat. Yes. So here's some more crediting information. We're about to transition to this book right here. And this is the Cliff Notes version of this. Schools, unfortunately, so you receive this for CACFP, there is no school version of this. We love this book, and I'm going to explain to you why there's not one. But we love this book more than anything. And it has to do with the grain section. It's because in here it talks about grains that schools can serve, but daycares cannot. But this is the Cliff Notes version. First go to this book, and then you're going to go to this book. But and we're going to go over this. So if you serve a raw leafy, this is for everybody. It doesn't matter what program you're on. If you serve 1 cup of raw leafy green, it equals a half of a cup. The reason being is because it's really fluffy. So like if you were to serve spinach, like raw spinach, if you were to microwave it, it's going to shrink down. That's why. But if you serve like raisins or craisins, anything that's dehydrated, a dehydrated fruit, if you serve 1/4 of a cup, it equals double. And the reason why is because if you were to take that raisin and reconstitute it, it would plump up. So if you serve anything raw, leafy, if you serve 1 cup equals half of what you served. If you serve dried fruit, it equals double what you serve based on if you microwaved it or reconstituted it. So now we're going to go over this book. And again, this is a Cliff Notes version. We love this book. I have so many schools asking me for this book. We may put sections out into the food buying guide, just not the grain section, because again, schools can serve donuts, but a daycare can't. And in here, it's going to tell you that you cannot serve it. This is an example of the book. This is the meat section. So what you do is you look in here and you go under the meat section and let's see, do refried beans count as a meat? Yes. And then it says C1-12 of the food buying guide. Let's see, does turkey bacon count as a meat? And it says maybe. It says turkey bacon is creditable only if it is CN labeled or has a product formulation statement. Another one is here, Canadian bacon or mild cured pork. Yes, 1 pound will yield 1 ounce serving of cooked lean meat. It says, look at page 1-47 of food buying guide. So look in here to see if there's certain things that you can, and look at, and it would, depending on the uncured item that you want, let me know. A lot of uncured, if I'm not mistaken, it just means it doesn't have any of the casein in it. So I believe it works, but just let me know the item. You can email me directly and I don't mind digging deeper into it. So this is a really, really good book. Some other items in this book is we talk about cheese product or imitation cheese all the time. A lot of cheese products are individually wrapped, or it's Velveeta. If it melts really well, it's a cheese product or an imitation cheese. Does this count? And it says no. Cheese labeled as imitation is not creditable. Or cheese product, no. Cheese labeled as a cheese product is not creditable. Cheese products do not have a standard of identity. Now, we talked about the donut earlier, how you have to mark it off your receipts because it's a standalone item and it doesn't count. If you serve a cheese like this, it does not count as a meat alternate, okay? It does not count as a meat alternate, but you are allowed to keep it on your receipts. And the reason why is the reason you're usually serving something like this is not because it's a meat alternate, but because it's an ingredient and it makes your reimbursable bill taste better. Okay. This is something that we heard about last training, and it's about ham. So we had some people say, can I buy ham and make a ham sandwich, but not claim the ham as my meat, make it an extra? And yes, you can, because your sliced bread is part of your reimbursable meal. If you put cheese on it, it's probably either this cheese, it's not part of the reimbursable meal, but if you use real cheese is part of your reimbursable meal. So you could make a ham sandwich or a turkey sandwich. The ham or the turkey would not count as a meat alternate, but you could put baked beans with it and your baked beans would count. You could put your, as a meat alternate, and you could put, so your bread would count on the sandwich. Maybe the cheese would, maybe it wouldn't. If you served a turkey or ham, it wouldn't count if you're not buying the right one or have a CN label, but maybe you have baked beans and that's your meat. And then you serve, say, French fries and a fruit and milk. So if you use something as an ingredient or part of a reimbursable bill so the kids eat it better, it can stay on your receipts. If you use something like Velveeta and you're making a macaroni and cheese, again, the macaroni is part of the reimbursable meal. The cheese does not a meat alternate, but it is an ingredient to make your meal taste better so it can stay on your receipts. So I hope that makes a little bit of clarification of the items you have to mark off versus the items that you can put on there. Now, we get this question a lot. Does this count? No, it does not. And the reason why is potato chips and other vegetable chips contain many different variations of ingredients. Now, you can serve chips where the first ingredient is corn, cornmeal, or flour, but you cannot serve a chip that has a vegetable in it. So you can serve Doritos, Cheetos, Fritos, Sun chips, and tortilla chips, because the first ingredient is a cornmeal, or flour. If it says whole corn, then it's a whole grain chip. And I've seen that with Doritos. Okay. Here's a little bit more about the food crediting handbook. In there, it tells us that 1 average size banana equals 1/2 of a cup. Orange is in here too. I just didn't have enough room, but 1 medium size orange, not a mandarin, but 1 medium size orange is also 1/2 of a cup. So this is a reminder, if you serve a banana at snack for your older kids, then you have to give them 1.5 banana, because at snack, they have to have 3/4 cup fruit. But at breakfast, they only need a half a cup of fruit. So if you give them a whole banana, they're going to be fine at breakfast, but at snack, you'd have to give them 1.5 banana. Okay. But you can also at snack, maybe give them a banana and a little bit of juice. So you can do things like that. Okay. Now let's talk about pre-made dishes. We're talking about things that you buy when you purchase it. It contains 2 or more components. So we're talking things like pizza, burrito, chicken nuggets, breaded okra. If you buy it that way, can you serve it? It depends on if it's in the food buying guide. If it's not in the food buying guide, then no, it has to have a CN label or a product formulation statement. I bring this up because I had someone bring up, there's a fish stick in the food buying guide. However, in here it says if you serve this fish stick, it cannot come from minced fish and it has to be like 60% fish, which is very hard to find. I haven't been able to find one yet. So make sure you're really doing this. So good question. I don't see the 3/4 cup required for 1 to 5. Is that correct? It is required. The 3/4 cup fruit is required at snack for 6 and older. And then for under, it's a half of a cup at snack. It's the older kids that have to have the 3/4 cup. So the food crediting information, again, that would be like a product formulation statement or a CN label. So CN labels now have an expiration date they have for a while. They're not on the CN label, but you can go here just to make sure that your CN labels are still valid. They usually last about 5 years, is usually about how long they're good for. If you don't know what a CN label looks like, there's one right here. I will be honest, we've been told that really the only CN label products that you can get is from a vendor. To be very honest, what we're kind of hearing down the pike is a lot of manufacturers are getting away from CN labeled products. As a matter of fact, they're getting a ways from doing school meal patterns, just because it costs a lot of money. And with the food shortages and stuff like that, we heard that even when things go back to normal, they may be getting more out of doing things like CN labeled products and stuff like that. I'm hoping that's not the case. It's just some things that we're hearing mumblings around. So if you're saying it's hard to find CN labeled products from your vendor, it could be. It's just things going on right now, and it could be the trend of how it goes even when life goes back to normal. I do know at Sam's we're hearing you can't find anything CN labeled, but this is what it does look like right here. So with this CN label, we were talking about expiration dates right here. It says 4/17. What this means is USD approved this CN label in April of 2017. And again, a lot of these are only good for 5 years. So they have to so every time a company does a CN label, they have to ship it. They have to ship their product to USDA. They analyze it and then they give them the sticker of what to put on their stuff. You may have Tyson chicken nugget. I just say that because Tyson has a ton of chicken nuggets. Half of them are CN labeled, half of them are not. They could even have the same packaging. But if one has a CN label and one does not, that means that product does not have a CN label. It's a different product. If they change one tiny thing with that product, then they have to get a whole new CN label. And I hear it costs a lot of money to get a CN label. So just kind of an FYI on that. If you are a person that does get CN labeled products right now, if your vendor is substituting items on you, make sure it has a CN label. If it does not have a CN label, we will take back those meals. And I'm going to give you some ideas because a lot of people are getting away from CN labeled products. Again, this is another example of a CN label. When you use something with a CN label, there's a 6-digit number right here in this corner. This is a number that you need to put on your menu assert form or your product formulation statement or on your production records. We notice a lot of times people are putting this number. This is your product number. This is how you order it. This is not the number that we need. We need this number right here. And the reason why is because let's say, right, this is a Crispito. So let's say that you had a Crispito that you were using that was CN labeled. They were out of that Crispito due to COVID. So they substituted a different CN labeled Crispito to you. So it would have a different number. Your kids didn't like that Crispito, so you try a different Crispito with a different CN number. So we could come to your center and you have 3 different CN numbers for your Crispito. We have to just know what meal you served what Crispito with, okay? So that's why you always need to write down that number on your menu serve form or your product form or on your production records. Now, when we come out with your CN labeled products, we have to have either the original CN label, a photocopy or a photograph, and then we will ask to see an invoice or receipt to validate it if we need to, but it is required if it is a watermarked, and I really don't go over a watermarked one right now. The only way you can get a watermarked one is if you really have a vendor. But if it is a CN label that you're using, even though it's watermarked, we would just look at an invoice to make sure that's the product that you're using. Now I have something really quick about infants. When it talks about combination food, there is a handout on this that I do have for you in your handouts, and the handout does a really good explanation of it. It's called the infant combo crediting. It looks like this. It's crediting store-bought combination foods. So before, if you had, say, you were serving chicken and noodles, a baby food called chicken and noodles, we would say you can't serve it. There's no CN label. Well, they kind of started doing something that is now allowable. And again, this handout really does do a really good job of explaining how you can figure out if it's creditable or not creditable. But we're going to go through it a little bit right now. So as long as one item in that baby food jar is creditable, you can serve it. However, there is going to be some labeling on that baby food that you do have to keep. So if that baby food has such stuff such as cups, tablespoons, teaspoons, or percentages, then you can serve it. If it just says like it has noodles, sweet potato, and that's all it says, then you can't serve it. It has to at least tell you percentages or cups, tablespoons, and teaspoons. And I have an example. So we talked about in this infant feeding guide in the appendix F, it lists all the creditable foods for infants, okay, for infants. Non-creditable baby foods for infants are barley, cooked grains, granola, macaroni, pasta, mixed grains, all that kind of stuff. That is unallowable for an infant, okay? So again, as we said, if you buy something, and I have some examples, and it tells you like this right here, this Gerber item, I don't know exactly what it is. We didn't get the picture far enough, but it has turkey, cooked grains, and sweet potato. It says it has 1/8 cup of sweet potato, 1.5 teaspoons of turkey, and 2.5 tablespoons of cooked grain. Well, one item has to be creditable, and we do know sweet potato is a creditable item. We do know that cooked grains are not. So based on what that last slide did, and it's also in the handbook, so you can serve this item, but you're really only going to count the sweet potato and the turkey. But remember, we talked about if you serve this at lunch, you have to serve a infant cereal first. But this is not creditable. This is not creditable for an infant. Pancakes can be, but only at snack. This right here is a chicken and noodle. And again, it has 1/8 cup of mixed vegetable, 1.5 teaspoons of chicken, and 2 tablespoons of cooked pasta and rice. Again, pasta doesn't count. It's not creditable, but we do know vegetable is, and it does list things in 1.5 teaspoons and 1.5 cups, so you can use this. But you have to make sure you save these labels. You have to save this top part. Okay, so something a little bit new for infants. That came out last year, like after we did all of our trainings. So it was something new. We didn't really talk about it a whole lot because it happened after trainings. And the product formulation statement, I just kind of say steer clear from this. This is so a CN label is a guarantee from USDA. A product formulation statement is not. It's the company saying, hey, you can serve my chicken nugget. My chicken nugget, if you serve 5, it gives you 2 ounces of meat and 1 ounce equivalent grain. Now, I've seen a lot of product formulation statements from the same company. I can get 5 right now from the same company, and half of them will work and half of them won't. They have to use the food buying guide. And half the time it's not something that you can find in the food buying guide. Like we had one that said it was a chicken nugget and they said that the breading was breaded. Well, there's no breaded in here. What's your breading? Was it cornmeal? Was it flour? Was it whole wheat flour? What flour did you use? So we just say, if you want to use a product formulation statement, please send it to us, your consultant. We in the office look at them more often than the consultants do. So we have no problem if you want to send it to us. We'll look at it to let you know to use it. Yes or no, it works or does not work. But we do want to tell people, think about homemade alternatives. You can make anything homemade and it counts. So instead of buying a corn dog, make a pig in a blanket. Instead of buying a bean burrito, and this is a true story that happened with me. I went to a center, they had bean burrito on the menus. I took it back for no see and label. So she goes, well, what am I supposed to serve? I'm like, well, make your own. She's like, well, how am I supposed to do that? I said, take a tortilla, put in refried beans and cheese and bake it, and you have a bean burrito. I came back to the center a year later, and they happened to be having bean burritos that day. And I asked how the bean burritos were going, and she goes, oh my gosh, the kids like it way more than the store-bought ones. And she even, instead of buying refried beans, she started making her own beans and making her own refried beans to make the bean burritos. She's like, the kids were eating it up, and it was cheaper. They liked it way better. You can make your own chicken nuggets. You can take chicken breast, chicken tenders, use like a shake and bake. Now the breading won't count, but you know how much chicken you use. So you could use the chicken and just maybe add bread, add a pasta. You can make your own chili. You can make your own pizza. You could use biscuit dough. You can use a bagel, you can buy a pre-made crust, because you can tell us how much bread is in the crust. You can tell us how much meat you put on it. Pepperoni does not count as a meat, but it's a good ingredient that kids can have. You can make your own pizza sticks. You can buy breadsticks. You can take biscuit dough and make your own breadsticks and put cheese on it and then serve it with marinara sauce. There are things that you can make that your kids would probably like way better than if you bought it from a store. So just think about that. If you make it homemade, we just have to have a recipe and you can serve it. I actually was at a daycare, and their pizza, the kids like their pizza on hamburger buns. It was a little bit odd, but she said that's how our kids like it. So we make individual pizzas on pizza buns. You can use hamburger meat, cheese, sausage counts. Not that you can't put pepperoni on there, just pepperoni is not a meat. It's considered a fat, like bacon's considered a fat. You can use it as an ingredient, but again, all these great ideas that you can make. Again, USDA has recipes that you can use. Go check them out. Check the CACFP ones. There's also school ones, but just again, on the grain-based desserts, like you can't make a cookie. Now, I will say, like the daycare, theirs are like for 25 and 50 servings, where the schools are like 100 to 200 servings. That's why a lot of daycares prefer. Yeah, let somebody look at the product formulation statement to see about the turkey pepperoni. So, or if you have a see and label, we have seen some with see and labels, especially if you have a vendor. So definitely have somebody look at that just to make sure it's a valid one. But if you do have a product formulation statement or a see and label, you can serve it. But again, if you just looked at pepperoni in the food buying guide, it would say no, unless you have a product formulation statement or a see and label. So let's talk about menu as served forms. So I know we have some schools on here. School term we use as your production record. You can continue to use your production record that you've always used in your school. Our daycare term is menu as served forms. Just because you do CACFP does not mean you have to do the menu as served form if you're a school. Schools can continue, the school production record is way better than the menu as served forms. I like it way better. Plus, people are used to using it and they don't need to learn something else. I've had people be like, the other one looks easier, but I just don't want to learn anything else. You don't have to. So I just kind of want to preface that. Menu as served forms are required. You do need to list the number of children eating, the total quantity that's being served, if there's any CN numbers or any recipe numbers. And you can make your own recipes. Like, let's just say a school district. I grew up, I went to Okarche. I'm from Okarche. And we're the Warriors. So we could have had Warrior 1, Warrior 2, Warrior 3. You can make your own recipe number. Make sure that you check if it's a regular or at risk. If you do both programs, make sure you check the whole grain or indicate which meal has the whole grain in it. And then also indicate your milk type. Now, these are just some documenting stuff I want you guys to be aware of. Again, you know, we talked about the ounce equivalent. You don't have to write ounce equivalent for your grains. You can, but you can also state that you serve 1 loaf of bread. That's a pound loaf of bread. No, don't put 1 loaf of bread. Put 1 pound, because there's two. You do know that there's 2 different sizes of loaves. There's a 16 ounce and then there's a 24 ounce. Yes, 16 and 24 ounce loaf of bread. So a pound of bread or a pound and a half of bread. Do not just say 1 loaf. So forget that I said that. But everything that you write down, it does need to be in measurable terms. Like you can do cups, pounds, ounces. You can do number 10 can. And if you're not familiar with child nutrition, which our DHS people are like, what does this mean? So when we say pound, when we use the hashtag, we don't mean it as a hashtag. We say it as a pound sign. So you can say 4 pounds of hamburger meat. We also use it for numbers. So like number 10 can. So just FYI, if you're not familiar, if you're new, that's what we use the hashtag for. So these are some examples of how to write and how not to write. One of these can be either way, but I'm going to explain a little bit further. So an example is, say you're serving, you can write it down that you serve 63 1-ounce slices or 63 ounces or 4 pounds of bread. Don't write 63 slices, because remember, we showed you a bread earlier that 1 slice was 28 ounces and 1 slice was 26 ounces. You have to indicate to us what each slice was, okay? Now, egg rolls, let's say you have an egg roll, and these are actual real examples that from when I was in the field, that I came up with, that I recently saw. If you have egg rolls, just put like 35 egg rolls in the CN number, but don't put just like 35 items. Let us know exactly what you served. Now, this one can go, you can write it 2 ways, okay? Now, we know from the crediting handbook that 1 average size banana equals a 1/2 cup. So you can state that you serve 10 bananas, okay? You can write that. You wrote 10 bananas. Now, you can write 7 pounds, but you cannot write 7 pounds if you don't have a scale at your center or you don't have a receipt showing the poundage that you bought. I've had that happen before. I go to a center and they wrote 7 pounds of bananas. I'm like, oh, really? Can I see your scale? And they're like, well, I don't have one. I go, okay, can I see? How did you know that was 7 pounds? They're like, I don't know. I just needed 7 pounds, so I wrote 7 pounds. So if you don't have a scale at your center and say you bought a big bunch and you broke it in half, just write how many bananas you have. But if you have a scale or if you have a receipt and you're using all those bananas and on the receipt it shows you, then you can use pounds, okay? It's just, you can write it either way. Another thing is that we see is you can say it's wheat thins and say you had 1.5 16-ounce box or 24 ounces of wheat thins. We see this a lot, 233 crackers or 1 box. Well, did you buy your box at Dollar Tree? Did you buy your box at Walmart? Or did you buy your box at Sam's? If you bought your box at Dollar Tree, it's probably an 8-ounce box. If you bought it at Walmart, it's probably a 16-ounce box. If you bought it at Sam's, it might be a 32-ounce box, okay? So 1 box, and just like I said, 1 loaf. Bread comes in 2 sized loaves. They come in a 1-pound loaf and they come in a 24-ounce or 1.5 pounds. So if you put 1 loaf, that does not tell me anything, okay? This is the menu assert form. And again, if you're a school district, you can use your production records. Don't recreate the will. If you have a production record, we do not have the form completed by. It's not required for school, so don't worry about it. Again, you have to list the kids that are eating. As you can see here, for breakfast, they served a whole grain, 1 32-ounce box of cornflakes. Do not put cereal, because remember, cornflakes needs 1 serving size and granola has another serving size. So you have to tell us specifically, like here they told us cornflakes. Here they have a scale, and so they told us they served 7 pounds of bananas, 2 pounds of 20% ground beef. They served 1 pound of spaghetti noodles. So just make sure it's very clear. Again, they could just write 32 ounces of cornflakes, or they chose to write 1 32-ounce box of cornflakes. You can choose how to write it. I tell people all the time, write this like a recipe. And the reason why is because this is a good example. Let's just say there's 15 1 to 2-year-olds right here, okay? 15 1 to 2-year-olds, not 3 to 5. And right here, we put you need 2 pounds of hamburger meat. If you put on here that you served 15, and we're saying it's 1 to 2-year-olds, so let's say you served 15 1-ounce servings. Say the cook is out with COVID. The director is out doing a bus run. And so I'm a teacher. I'm like, hey, listen, I'll cook lunch real fast. That's not a problem. I'll cook lunch. And I'm like, oh, we have 15 1 to 2-year-olds, and we have the same amount today. And they cooked 2 pounds of hamburger meat for spaghetti last time. I'll cook the same amount. If this was 15 1 to 2-year-olds, and I just know that each 1 to 2-year-old, they eat, and you put on here 1 ounce each. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, 1 pound is 16 ounces. I'll make 1 pound of hamburger meat. You would be short meat, remember? Because if you served 80-20 and you cooked 1 pound, which is 16 ounces, it shrinks down to 11.8 ounces. So you would be short. People that don't know about child nutrition don't realize about the food buying guide and how food shrinks when it heats. So write your stuff like a recipe. So if somebody has to come in behind you and serve because you can't be there, they know how much to cook and will still be in requirements. Good deal. And not just that, but like most people do know a pound is 16 ounces. And if they don't, yes, that's fine. Yes. Yes. Kenyatta, that is perfectly fine. We're finishing up right now. So I just want to make sure you write everything down so people can come in behind you and know how much to prepare. So they can be like, oh, look, I have the same amount of kids, or maybe I had 10 kids today. I'm going to cook the same amount as they did for 15, 2 pounds of hamburger meat, 1 pound of spaghetti noodles. Because if you said that you need 1/2 ounce serving per each one, someone who doesn't know anything is not going to know how much to cook. So just put everything in here like a recipe. Sorry, I haven't this here twice. I'm going to move past this. If any of you use any type of a menu thing that it pre-fills out, like some of you have systems or software that it will tell you that you said that you had 15 1 to 2-year-olds today and like 10 3 to 5-year-olds, it will tell you how much to prepare. It's just telling you how much to prepare, not how much that you actually cooked, because we do know with DHS requires seconds. So you cannot serve just the minimum serving size. You have to serve more on certain items because you have to have seconds for some children. But so if you do something that automatically fills in how much you need to serve, that's just a calculating servings form to let you know how much to prepare. But you need to hand write in how much you actually did serve. This is a menu as serve form, not what the minimum requirement is, okay? We actually have a calculating servings form. This form is fantastic. It's in the manual, and that's what this one looks like, is from the manual, but we have one that is interactive in our interactive forms under worksheets. It's all on one page. You open it up and it has lunch, breakfast, lunch, and snack. At the top, you put in how many 1 to 2-year-olds, 3 to 5-year-olds, and 6 to 12-year-olds you have. You tell us the number, and then it automatically calculates. So here it says you had 3 1 to 2-year-olds. It multiplies it, and it tells you for this meal, for this breakfast with this many kids that you need 58 ounces of milk. And we do know 1 gallon of milk is 128 ounces, and 1/2 gallon is 64 ounces. So we know that you need a 1/2 gallon of milk. And then right here, we talked about the food buying guide being in 1/4 cups. Well, right here, it will tell you that you need 17 1/4 cups. Maybe you are certain, I've been to a school that had green beans with breakfast before, that maybe you need 17 1/4 cups. Well, you know, by what we looked at, it is digital. It's called calculating servings form. How to calculate servings, it's in the interactive forms. It's fantastic. I had a center that she had a new cook. She made her cook hand fill this out before it was interactive and attach it to every single production record, so she knew how much to cook. So all you have to do is go back to the food buying guide and be like, oh, if I had 17 1/4 cups, if I want whole green beans, I know I need 1/2 of a number 10 can. And then down here, we change this. This is all corrected. It says ounces now, so you would know how many ounces that you need to serve. Just a reminder of labels that you have to have. When we come out to do a review, if you are serving a whole grain, you have to keep your whole grain labels. Schools have been keeping labels on every item they serve for the last 20 years. So you have to keep now whole. If you serve it as a whole grain, you need to keep the label. If you have a lunch meat, you have to have a copy or something of the lunch meat if it's based on the food buying guide. If you have it and you base it off a CN label, we just need the CN label. We need to have your labels for your yogurt to show the sugar, and for your breakfast cereal if it's whole grain, or to make sure it meant. And on the cereal, there's a side panel. If you cut out the side panel, it has your nutrition facts label, your ingredient list, and it tells you what cereal it is. Food related issues. So people ask all the time, why would we take back money for food? One is if you don't serve at least one whole grain per day. If you serve juice more than once a day, if you serve juice to infants at all, serving lunch meat that doesn't meet requirements, if you serve a grain-based dessert, insufficient quantities, meaning you did not serve enough food. If you serve a food item that is not found in here and you don't have a CN label or a product formulation statement, if you did not write down your quantities or components, or if you get your food delivered and you do not have any meal delivery receipts. Okay, 5-minute break for those that are not daycares. We're almost done. Again, I promise you I will get you out of here at 3, like I said. This is for our multi-sided. Multi-sided, we sent you a section. We do a multi-sided training. I did it last week. It's about an hour and a half long. Everything in here is called S pages because all of your pages in that little section have S1, S2. If you are multi-sided, meaning you have one agreement number and multiple sites or centers under that agreement center, you have to do monitoring reviews. You have to do at least 3 a year. To at least the most common method is having 2 unannounced and 1 announced. You have to have an expenditure worksheet per site. If you are multi-sided, you can charge administrative labor, but you're not allowed to charge more than 15% of your total reimbursement for the year. So if you think you're going to get $10,000 in reimbursement for the year, you're not allowed to charge off more than 15% of that for administrative labor. If you have to have building for the future, you have to send a copy into us for us to approve your application. Something that is new this year is you do have to submit to us policies and procedures. We have examples of these in your book, in your manual, the sponsor manual, and we also have Word references that you can use in the multi-sided section in the resource library. So you can use those, you can retype them. We have to have job descriptions. For this year only, we'll take job descriptions for your monitor, your cook, and your director. Those are the only 3 job requirements that we need this year. We will eventually need them for everybody that has CACFP that you put in your budget, but right now we just need those 3. We need to have site policies. So maybe it's like your sites have to turn in their paperwork to you by the 3rd of every month. Any other policies that you have for your organization, maybe how often they get trained, anything like that. We have to have a sponsoring organization policies. If you have a handbook, a sponsor handbook, or a daycare center handbook, we can use your handbook. You can take some of it out of it if you want to, but you can just give us the whole book. Now, this is something that's kind of funny, that's kind of odd. It makes sense for some, but not all. But you have to have seriously deficient procedures and appeal procedures. Again, we have this in Word. You can use ours in there. Just print it out, put your information in it. But if you do a monitor visit at one of your sites and your site was horrible, and really you should be writing up like if we come out to do a review and your site was horrible and you come out and it was a perfect, make sure you're really doing justice on your monitor reviews. But say you do a monitoring review at one of your sites and it was horrible, and you tell them that they're seriously deficient, they had a lot of problems. Well, they have to have seriously deficiency procedures, just like we have to give you SD procedures and appeal procedures. You have to also give them the chance to appeal that. So you can use ours. Again, it's in the manual if you want a hard copy under the sponsor section, but we also, if you want to use the Word, just go out to the resource library under sponsor, and multi-site, it's under multi-sided, and you can get these off and use ours, but make sure you put your center information in there. Something else is we have, if you're multi-sided, we have what's called site maintenance pages in the application agreement. You no longer have access to them. So if you do need to change anything, just let us know, contact us, and we can get that updated. Also, if you want to add any sites to your, like you want to add a center or add a site, there's instructions in multi-sided section and in the sponsor manual that what you have to send to us if you want to add a new site, if you're at risk, or if you're a daycare center and you want to add a new center. Okay, so that's for multi-sided. Now, we're at the very, very last, we're at the end. Just a reminder, we have a section called originals. That's where we keep all of our blank forms. So if you're an institution, your blank forms start on page 213. Again, a lot of these forms that we have are in interactive, or it's under worksheets. I need to change that to worksheets, and under center forms is where you're gonna find all of these. Or in the manual, they're in the manual as well in the resource library. And then in the sponsor section, what we did was say we have a monitoring section within that section, and I'll have the example, and then right behind it is the blank form. So if you want a monitoring form, just go to the monitoring section. If you want like the instructions or a checklist, you just go to that section and it's in the same section. We kind of did that section just a little bit differently. So I got you out of here about 2:55 today. We are finished. Thank you guys so much for being here today. Again, remember, we do not send out certificates. You have to be signed up in the training calendar. I hope you got some information that you needed. By joining us today, your application will be approved. But again, you do have to be signed up in the training calendar. You have until 9 o'clock tonight. We sent you those instructions if you have not done that. And then Sherry will pull all your information from Zoom, and tomorrow and Friday, she'll be moving stuff over. This wasn't a huge class. And again, with her schedule, she's been getting this done a little bit faster. When they get really big, August and September, we had trainings out like crazy, and our trainings were like 300 people. So it took a lot longer, but thank you guys so much. I'm going to stick around for a while. So if you have any questions, I will stay on. If you don't, again, thank you guys so much for coming. You guys are all free to go. And again, have a great week and enjoy. It's holiday season now. It's officially holiday season. So have a great time. I'll play some music. I'm going to stick around, but you guys have a very blessed Thanksgiving, Veterans Day. Thank you to all the veterans out there for your service, and Christmas and all of those. So thank you guys. Have a great week. Talk to you soon. So I think if you're talking about the CACFP crediting handbook is what I think that you're talking about, this book right here. Oops, let me put my video on. If you're talking about this book right here, we did already send this out to everybody. If you're on CACFP, we already sent this out to you with your manual. So if you haven't gotten a manual yet, because like you're brand new, you will get this. If you did not get this book, it is in the resource library. It's a PDF, and you can go down there and download it. Or there may be a link because it's very colorful. There's a link that you can put it in your browser. It's PDF, and you can download it and put it onto your computer as well. But we did already send this out to everybody in August whenever you got your at-risk, CACFP manual, all of those. Everybody on CACFP, regardless of the program, did get this book. So. Okay, if you're new, then we will give this to you whenever we bring out your, when they come to do your approval visit, they'll bring you out one of these books. But if you want one now, you can go to the resource library and just download it. You can print it. It's really not that thick. It is 128 pages long, but if you want to just download it, it's great to download as well. So this is such a good book. I know our schools love this. I'm talking to our school side about possibly putting this in in there, but the only thing is just the grains. You guys can serve stuff that they can't. So so if it says no, you cannot serve a donut, yes, you can, they cannot. That's the only difference. But I have looked, and we may post it just without the grain in it. So anyway, you guys have a great one. Sure, I can go over that. I have no problem. So if you want cut green beans, you would have to go to that. So we would go back to the food buying guide. Let me look at it in the manual. So with the green beans. So in the food buying guide, no, it's good. Okay. Food buying guide. Let me go to vegetable with green beans. Make sure I have everything still on. Okay. And you want cut green beans for number 10 can. And everything in the food buying guide is in alphabetical order by, like, it'll be under probably beans and then green. Let me look at beans. So number 10 can. So number 10 can of cut green beans, it is on 2-12, correct. So if you're looking at the number 10 can, so if you have a number 10 can of green beans, once you heat it up, it will give you 45.3 cup servings. So if you use that how to calculate your servings, if you go out there and plug in how many 1 to 2 year olds you have, 3 to 5 year olds, and 6 to 12, it will tell you how many 1/4 cups you need. And then you can also use this book. So we do know that the 1 to 2 year olds need 1/8 of a cup. And then the older kids need 1/4 of a cup and then 1/2 of a cup. So if you find out how many total 1/4 cups you need, then this will tell you that you need 45.3 1/4 cups. Does that make sense? It's kind of a little odd how it does it, but if you go out and use the form, let me get back. If you go, I will tell you the best way to learn how to use this book and how much serving is go to the worksheet section. Sorry, I don't want to make you sick by doing this, but okay. Go to the worksheet section and find this and plug in how many 1 to 2 year olds, 3 to 5, and 6 to 12 you have at lunch for vegetable or fruit. It depends on if you want to use it as, as a substitute for your fruit. But once you calculate this in, it will tell you, like right here, you need 17 1/4 cups. And then you can come here and it will let you know that this will give you 45.3 1/4 cups. So you may probably have a lot more children at your center than this right here, because this one's only showing what 10 kids. So plug that in and then come to this book and it will tell you. So that's the best way to start using this manual right here and using this form and how it will correlate with each other. Does that make sense? And what happened is when they created this manual, so 1/4 was the common denominator for everything, because we had 1/4 of a cup, 1/2 of a cup, and 3/4 cup. And then when they redid the meal patterns, they put a kink in there and they added the 1/8 of a cup for the 1 to 2 year olds. Okay. Let's see here. I'm reading yours. Let's see. So you can, David, I'm gonna respond to yours. I won't really necessarily say it quite out loud. I mean, not that it doesn't matter about having the separate accounts. You can have one account, it has no problem. We had a lot of people when we started asking, like, okay, you transfer funds to this account, move stuff to this account. And we were saying, okay, since you transfer funds or you move funds over, then we need to see both accounts. And people had a problem with that. They're like, no, that's none of your business. That's a personal account. But if any funds are going to or from, then we have the right to look at it. If you don't care that we're looking at another account, then you can have multiple accounts. You don't have to have separate, but we're just letting you know that if you have expenses and transferring stuff to and from, a lot of people did not like us looking at it, because we had some people that they're like, there's a lot of liquor charges, casino charges, limos, which is fine. It's also their personal account, or their personal bank card, their personal credit card, which is fine. As long as you don't mind us looking at it, we don't have a problem. But we had a lot of people that had a big problem with us looking at some other accounts of theirs. And so we're just letting people know, if you don't want us to look at those other accounts, then just make sure you don't pay anything from child nutrition out of it, or don't move money from child nutrition out of it. So it's really, it's your choice. But we just had a lot of people that really did not like us looking at another account. So it's really up to you. Well, kind of what was happening is they were transferring. So an example of that, they would deposit, say, the CACFP funds in one account, and then they would transfer funds over to, say, another banking account, maybe of like their credit card statement or something like that. So that's what was kind of happening. And so we're like, okay, well, if you have CACFP funds and you're transferring the funds that you deposited, an example is, I was on review, USDA was with me on this review, and we were looking at a bank statement, a credit card, and it had transfer funds anyway. She used it as her CACFP account, but she had a lot of transfer funds. So USDA is like, I want to see that account because you have a lot of transferring into your CACFP. So it was ended up being like a loan or something. I forgot what it was. I let USDA kind of deal with that one. But if people were transferring, or like I said, the fact, like, a lot of people are just like, oh, so if I have one credit card for CACFP that I buy all my food with and milk, and I have one account, that's where everything is, I pay my credit card bill with that, and that's where my funds are. Some people were just like, yes, I want one account. I don't want you looking at separate accounts. And it is different when you're like a business, you know what I mean? Like, but we just had a lot of people that their business and their personal stuff was not separated. It was all together, and they did not want us looking at their personal information. So we just let people know that, because if you don't want us looking at your personal information, then yes, that is fine. If you have one account that has more reimbursable expenses than CACFP, that's fine. So we look at two different things. So what that's telling us is, in one thing, that's telling us that you're spending all the money that we give you on CACFP, which is we need to see your nonprofit food service account. But when we come out to look at your profit loss, we're looking at your entity as a whole. So does that make sense? So we're going to ask to see, like, do you have anything from an accountant? How do you do your books? Anything like that. So we're going to see that as an organization, you're subsidized. That's why your doors are open, but you're showing us with this one account that you're spending more on CACFP than what we give you, which is also what we have to see. We have to see the business or organization as a whole, or like if you're part of a military, or if you're part of like a school district, we'll just look at child nutrition. But we also want to make sure that you're spending everything that we give you, or more. And that's perfect. That's what you're showing us with that one account, that you're like, look, I have to subsidize this account because I spend way more on CACFP than what you guys give us in reimbursement. So that's perfect. I hope that makes sense. So we have one, we're still talking about the green beans, which is great. So if I only use 34 cups, what should I write down? You can write 34 cups if you want. But if you actually open a full number 10, so say you use 5 cups, you can write 35 cups down, or if you're going to go ahead and use the whole number 10 can, you open it all up and the kids can have it, then you can just put one number 10 can. But you can put 35 cups, and then you just might state that you used, you have the other part of the number 10 can as leftovers. Good questions. You guys are asking a lot of really good questions. So it is whatever you choose to do. And I'm just gonna let my girl know that some people left because we got done. I'm gonna let her know the time completed. The training was 2:55. So those that stayed after is perfect. I'm still gonna be around for questions. I still see a few people on here, but those that did leave, we backed that time out. So that way people are not dinged. But if you guys have anything else, I will be more than happy to answer any other questions. You asked some really, really good questions.